Chapter 420. 2-in-1 chapter. Not updated at 8 p.m. Let me take a break. My head is buzzing. In the spacious cave, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue had hidden it quietly. It wasn't that Jiang Xiao wanted to create such a huge cave. He just wanted a place to stay. Actually, it was good to be smaller, as it could be next to little Jiangxue. However, the terrain there did not allow for it. After Jiang Xiao punched, the already cracked and dry soil became loose and fragile, and a spacious cave appeared just like that. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue hurriedly filled the cave with soil and stones before heaving a sigh of relief. All of this was carried out while the demonic flame master was continuously casting meteorite flames. Hence, the sound was covered by the heavenly disaster and did not attract too much attention. In the Inferno tribunal that was filled with platinum-quality creatures, even Han Jiangxue's dirty face was filled with weakness, helplessness, and pity. The entrance of the cave was blocked by gravel, and air and light seeped in through the gaps. However, the light was very dim and the air was scorching hot. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao, who was drenched in sweat, and couldn't help but touch Jiang Zhao's forehead with a layer of frost. Jiang Xiao immediately sobered up and felt a chill on his forehead. His sweat had turned into ice beads. Little Jiangxue is so awesome. With her around, it's like a natural air conditioner. Han Jiangxue exuded a moderate amount of cold air, which made the hot and stuffy cave much cooler. Jiang Xiao also took the opportunity to lean closer to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue did not stop him, and even stuck a hand to Jiang Zhao's direction. She brushed past Jiang Zhao's body and sprinkled a layer of frost to relieve him of the heat. The two of them stayed there for more than 3 minutes. Outside the cave, the sound of the meteorite flames had just dissipated and was replaced by the roars of the demonic flame master and the demonic flame bell. From start to finish, how long had this demon flame master been attacking for? Probably more than 10 minutes. What a platinum-quality, god-level creature. The total amount of star power is really high. According to the current situation, the troll couple should have one. But obviously, they hadn't left yet. Were they looking for the siblings? Jiang Xiao saw 2 pairs of troll couples, making a total of 4 platinum-quality creatures. It would be extremely difficult to escape from them. And this was the best-case scenario. Just now, the giant demon flame master had refused to stop the meteor shower for a long time. Who exactly was it trying to hit? Were there other troll couples present? Had those lovers been summoned by the first batch of giant demon lovers who had perished a long time ago? Jiang Zhao's heart was pounding. He was afraid that the troll couple would find him. Once the giant demon couple was locked onto by the giant demon couple, this undulating hill was like an endless plain to them. They couldn't run, so they could only brace themselves and fight. Where are the wasteland reclaimers? Why isn't he all of a sudden? Jiang Xiao heard the sounds of fighting outside and thought, are the troops coming in? He reached out to grab the mound of soil at the entrance of the cave, but Han Jiangxue stopped him. Han Jiangxue said, "Don't be rash. Listen to it again." Jiang Xiao listened carefully and tried to find the sounds of humans or other sounds that did not belong to the star techniques of Judge Yan. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Xiao actually heard the sounds of rumbling again. Besides, the sounds were accompanied by the tremors of the ground. The cave was not sturdy to begin with, and sand fell from it, drenching Jiang Zhao's face. Are you messing with me? Are the monsters of Judge Yan really so densely packed? One giant demon flame master just disappeared, and yet another one is here? It's clearly the sound of the meteor shower. Did the trees long for peace and the wind never cease? Such a grand battle had attracted countless creatures from the Infernal Inquisition. Are they hunting all the time? Are they dying all the time? Will there ever be an end to this war? Jiang Xiao sat back down again with a solemn expression. This can't go on. Absolutely not. The characteristics of the species here are too disgusting. They're too sharp and ferocious. This star technique is so massive, and I don't know how many hunters will be attracted by the meteor shower. The battlefield will only get bigger and bigger, and I don't know how long it will take for it to end. Han Jiangshua's expression was also sullen as she tried to think about how to deal with such a situation. Am I really going to die here? Every second I stay here means one more second of danger. If the meteor shower continued to fall, even the wasteland reclaimers would have to retreat. At the end of the day, they were all platinum quality creatures that were almost at the top of the food chain. If they were to be compared to human star warriors, they would all be powerhouses in the starfall stage. Although human star warriors had advantages that they did not, such as being able to combine star techniques and having higher intelligence. However, the reverse was also true. Platinum quality star beasts were more ferocious, bloodthirsty, and fearless of death. Besides, their star techniques were also so violent. Han Jiangxue thought to herself, why don't I just go out and fight, or risk my life to escort him into the portal? Just as Han Jiangxue was thinking about that, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. He turned around and whispered into Han Jiangshue's ear. There's a star technique called space-time rift in the Void Calamity Star Bead that allows short-distance teleportation. Do you think the star technique can teleport someone along? Han Jiangshue's eyes lit up, and the chill in her body suddenly became much stronger. Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "Be gentle, don't attract the enemy." Han Jiangxue hurriedly retracted the chill, tilted her head, and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, "I'm not sure. Such star beads are not recorded in books at all. Just like you, I don't know the specific information apart from the brief introduction given by the general that day." Who said I don't know? I have an internal star map. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, and suddenly thought of something. With a smile on his face, he exclaimed, "By the way, the Void Calamity Star Bead doesn't only have the space-time rift. It also has a second star technique, Calamity Ruins." Han Jiangxue asked, huh? Jiang Xiao said, "Even if we can't teleport anyone along, can we carry living creatures in the Calamity Ruins?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Let's give it a try. That's a good idea." Han Jiangxue then waved her right hand. What appeared in front of them was a relatively neatly cut cross-section of a meteorite. "Hurry up and knock it while the sound of the falling meteorite is loud," Jiang Xiao said while covering his hand with green glow. "Let me do it." Han Jiangxue suddenly spoke up to stop him. She stepped forward and a small ice roar vortex appeared in her hand. She then placed one hand on the meteorite. Ka-cha, ka-cha. As the vortex in Han Jiangshue's hand sped up, the meteorite finally shattered. The platinum quality ice roar technique was really useful. Besides, Han Jiangxue was talented and had a thorough understanding of this star technique. She actually managed to develop such a wonderful effect. She's indeed a genius with 30 star slots. Having the intelligence to think about it is one thing, but being able to control star power to do so is another. Jiang Xiao secretly marveled in his heart and hurriedly cleared the rubble from the space, only to see that the giant steel sword had been smashed, as well as a pile of broken boxes and star beads that were scattered all over. Star beads are indeed tough. Even the giant steel sword has been smashed, but the star beads are still intact. Back then, Jiang Xiao had also experienced a similar situation in the snowfield Holy Ground. At that time, Second Last released a violent lava dance that rolled up piles of star beads and spun them along with a fiery whirlwind. However, none of the star beads shattered under the hot flames. Jiang Xiao leaned forward and searched inside. Fallen Shadow, Witch Star Bead, White Mountain Fog Star Bead, Ancient Archer General Star Bead, White Mountain Snow Feather Star Bead. Ha, found it. Void Calamity Shadow Star Bead. Void Calamity Shadow Star Bead, Platinum Quality, Star Technique. 1. Space-Time Rift. Cleverly makes use of the space-time rift to become a true fanatic. Consumes a large amount of star power and teleports a short distance. Platinum Quality Upgradable 2. Void of Calamity. Summons a space ruin that is the same as the Void Calamity Shadow's living space. Platinum Quality Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Note, the host star power level is too low. The success rate of absorbing platinum quality star techniques is 70%. Jiang Xiao carefully read the introduction in the internal star map, which only mentioned short-distance teleportation. It did not mention if it could bring someone along. It seemed that Jiang Shao had to experiment on his own. However, the second star technique, Void of Calamity, clearly indicated that it could summon a space that was the same as the Void Calamity Shadow's living space. Generally speaking, Star Warriors would be able to survive wherever Star Beasts could. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought, I should be able to put Han Jiangxue inside. However, Jiang Shao saw the dazzling 70% next. Jiang Shao silently glanced at his star power realm, which was Nebula Stage Level 7. When he first obtained it during the national competition, he was Nebula Stage Level 3, so the probability of absorbing it was 30%. In that case, he would only have a 100% probability of success if he advanced to the Galaxy Stage. Jiang Shao had been saving his skill points and now had 96 skill points, which was enough for him to advance to the Galaxy Stage. However, the problem was that the Galaxy Stage was a huge threshold that could be called the Dragon Gate. Star Warriors were like carps. Once they made the Great Leap, there would be a qualitative leap in terms of physical strength and star power. Through countless experiments, Jiang Shao had proven that relying solely on skill points to advance to the next realm would only increase his star power storage and not improve his physical fitness at the same time. The data on the interface was only superficial. In reality, his realm was linked to his physical strength. There was no shortcut to improving one's physical strength. Jiang Shao had to train his physical fitness, and it would take time for it to develop and grow. He was only 17 years old, and his body was still in the puberty stage. That was an undeniable fact. If he really pushed his star power realm to the Galaxy Stage, his physical fitness would not be able to keep up with the Galaxy Stage. What would Jiang Shao do without the benefit of making the Dragon Gate leap? Every Star Warrior who had transcended the Galaxy Stage would have such a huge benefit. Hence, Jiang Shao was subconsciously inferior to others. Have you identified it? Han Jiangxue asked softly. She didn't know that the seemingly calm young man in front of her was actually experiencing a huge upheaval deep down. Han Jiangxue pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Even if she couldn't figure out what happened, Jiang Shao was too silent, which was completely different from how excited he was just now. Listening to the earth-shattering sound of falling meteors and the loud roars of the troll couple, Jiang Shao silently increased his star power realm by 2 levels. Star power upgrade. Nebula Stage Level 8. Star power upgrade. Nebula Stage Level 9. Indeed, in his internal star map, the probability of absorbing the star technique related to the Void Calamity had increased to 90%. Jiang Shao sat on the ground, feeling conflicted. In the end, should he gamble on the 90% probability of absorption and retain the 100% chance of making the Great Leap? Or should he rush to the Galaxy Stage and increase the success rate of absorbing star techniques to 100%? Should he gamble on the interface that he would still have a chance of making the Great Leap after his physical fitness improved after he advanced to the Galaxy Stage? Should he gamble on the first or second option? You have to tell me everything. If you have any tactics or ideas, tell me. Han Jiangxue squatted in front of Jiang Shao and wiped the sweat off his forehead with her frosty palm. You're not alone. Jiang Zhao's forehead felt cold, and he became much more clear-headed. He looked up at Han Jiangxue and saw that she was looking at him with concern. Without hesitation, he threw another 10 skill points into the star power realm. You're right, I'm not alone. Anyway, I have the internal star map. What's there to be afraid of? As long as I don't die halfway, I'll become a god sooner or later. Life is the most important. Jiang Shao suddenly froze. 10 skill points actually didn't allow him to advance to the Galaxy Stage. It was the first time in his life that Jiang Shao had seen level 10. Star power upgrade. Nebula Stage Level 10. I can't even use skill points to advance to the Galaxy Stage. This is too good, isn't it? Jiang Shao doesn't have to worry about not having a chance to make the Great Leap. I'm relieved now. As long as Jiang Zhao's physical fitness reaches a certain level, he will definitely have a chance to make the Great Leap. Of course, from another perspective, even skill points couldn't help Jiang Shao cross the Galaxy Stage, and the omnipotent internal star map was useless. Hence, Jiang Shao could only rely on his own efforts to break through to the galaxy stage. If he didn't eat well, sleep well, grow stronger, and train hard to improve his physical fitness, even the internal star map wouldn't be able to help him rise to the galaxy stage. The path has already been paved for you, and the water rushing up is also gushing. It's all up to you whether you can jump up or not. Jiang Shao hurriedly held the star bead and looked at the internal star map, only to find that the success rate of absorbing the Void Scourge star bead had increased to 99%. This? Absorb. If I can't even absorb it with a 99% success rate, serves me right to stay with little Jiang Shue in this cave for the rest of my life. Well, actually, if I think about it carefully, it would be a good outcome if I don't get found by those terrifying platinum creatures. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shao was overjoyed. It's done. 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. Space-time gap, Calamity Shadow Ruins. What a pity, Sai. I'm leaving soon. I can't spend time with little Jiang Shue here anymore. Sai, I'm so sad. Chapter 421. Chief's Bonus 9/10. Character, Jiang Shao 1. Star Map, Big Dipper, Nebula Stage Level 102. Star Technique, 1. Blessing, Platinum Quality Level 0, 80/1000. 2. Decoy Platinum Quality Level 0, 80/1000. 3. Green Glow, Platinum Quality Level 0, 80/1000. 4. Endurance, Platinum Quality Level 0, 80/1000. 5. Bell, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10. 6. Imprint, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10/7. Nostalgia, Gold Quality Level 1, 7 out of 10, 8. Dawn, Gold Quality Level 1, 7 out of 10, 9. Enmity, Platinum Quality Level 0, 10. Countercurrent Light, Platinum Quality Level 0, 11. Sound of Silence, Platinum Quality Level 0, 2/10, 12. Space-Time Gap, Platinum Quality Level 0, 13. Ruins of the Shadow of Calamity, Platinum Quality Level 0, 3. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Silver Quality Level 4. 2. Star Power Abundance, Silver Quality Level 33. Dagger Mastery, Silver Quality Level 74. Xiao Family Swordsmanship, Gold Quality Level 05. Archery Mastery, Brass Quality Level 9. 4. Skill Points. 66. Jiang Shao looked at the data on his internal star map and couldn't help but secretly nod. Jiang Shao, you're so strong. It's either Gold Quality or Platinum Quality. Who can withstand it? If I show it in front of others, they'll be scared to death before the fight even starts. Han Jiangxue asked with concern. Xiaopi? How is it? Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue with a sorrowful expression. Another 2 star techniques, both of which are of platinum quality. How are others supposed to live? Han Jiangxue was speechless. What if the child is too mischievous? He deserves a beating. A vortex of crushed ice suddenly appeared in Han Jiangxue's right palm. Jiang Shao got a great shock and frantically grabbed Han Jiangxue's cold right hand, after which he extinguished the ice vortex in her palm. With a face full of resentment, Jiang Shao said meekly, "Why are you reacting so strongly?" Han Jiangxue stared at Jiang Shao coldly and said, "You're still being mischievous at a time like this. Do you know how worried I was for you?" Jiang Shao chuckled and asked, "What are you worried about?" With a sullen expression, Han Jiangxue said, "That star bead is of such a high level and no one has ever seen it before. Who knows what star techniques are in it and how it will affect you?" Jiang Shao nodded continuously while holding her cold and slender hand. All of a sudden, he curled his index finger and scratched her palm. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao. La. Han Jiangxue kicked him. In other words, if it was someone else, this old lady would have slapped him to death with an ice dragon. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, and couldn't help but chide him. "Get up. Let me see what star techniques you have." "All right." Jiang Shao quickly got up. "Which divine skill should I use first?" "It's use space-time gap." Jiang Shao took 2 steps back and walked to the entrance of the cave. He pointed at the innermost part of the cave and said, "I'm going to flash." Although Han Jiangxue was still furious, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. With this star technique, his survivability alone would be greatly improved, not to mention his battle tactics. Great, I'll have less to worry about in the future. Han Jiangxue thought to herself. It was Zhang Zhao's first time using such a magical star technique, and he was a little unconfident. Fortunately, he had accidentally smashed the cave. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to experiment. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, jumped on the spot, and looked into the depths of the cave. Under Han Jiangxue's expectant gaze, Jiang Zhao's body suddenly flashed and disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared in this world. Han Jiangxue's heart tightened, and she frantically turned around, only to see that Jiang Zhao's body was indeed in the deepest part of the cave. Han Jiangxue was overjoyed and clenched her fists tightly. She felt even happier than if she had obtained the star technique herself. In fact, Han Jiangxue had always felt apologetic towards Jiang Xiao. Although she had taken care of Jiang Xiao alone for 3 years and raised him with all her might, her Sky Smasher star bead was left to Jiang Xiao by her parents. However, when Jiang Xiao lit up his star map and became awakened, his 9-star slots were so low that Han Jiangxue was extremely disappointed. Absorb the Sky Smasher? Stop fooling around. On the other hand, it was also because Jiang Xiaopi, was too insensible at that time. He became increasingly arrogant and conceited, and Han Jiangxue was still a child. She really didn't know how to discipline him. At that time, Han Jiangxue seemed to have already foreseen her tragic future, which was to help him settle disputes again and again. One day, when her patience ran out, or when she couldn't do anything about it, everything would come to an end. Due to the pressure of participating in the competition in year 3, Han Jiangxue absorbed the star bead left behind by her parents because of her younger brother's personality and his low qualifications. Being weak was an original sin, and there was nothing in this world that should belong to you. If you want something, you have to fight for it. You either have to show your strength, show your potential, or use your emotions to obtain it. Everyone is mutually exclusive. You can have no strength or potential, but you can't even give your emotions. Instead, you let others down time and time again. Who spoils who in this world? If it weren't for Jiang Zhao's subsequent changes, Han Jiangxue would never have revealed the truth to him. Even if Jiang Xiao had changed, Han Jiangxue could have kept his secret. After all, no one would know if she didn't say anything. So what if they were biological siblings? Besides, he was adopted, and Han Jiangxue even took care of him for 3 years so that he wouldn't starve to death. That's all I can do, right? What more can I ask for? Until one day, Han Jiangxue was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had changed. He was changing day by day. If her younger brother was still the same, Han Jiangxue wouldn't feel guilty at all. However, when Jiang Xiao used his actions and sincerity to move Han Jiangxue, the Sky Smasher star bead became a source of pain in her heart. Only a person with such a temperament was qualified to be with her. Only a person with such a temperament was qualified for her to work hard and do her best to accompany him as he grew. Hence, she tried hard to make up for everything. For example, when she was bombarded by the meteorite flames just now, she would rather risk her life to protect the star bead that Jiang Xiao stored in her Sky Smasher than let anything go wrong with his growth. If Jiang Xiao hadn't said, "If you die, the Sky Smasher will be gone too," she might have really used the flame's shield to fight to the end. Now, Han Jiangxue was filled with pride and admiration as she watched Jiang Xiao gradually grow up. "What's the matter with you?" Han Jiangxue asked, only to realize that something was wrong with Jiang Xiao after feeling elated. He had been in a state of reflecting on his mistakes. Han Jiangxue walked over quickly and tilted her head, only to discover that Jiang Zhao's eyes were hollow and he was supporting himself against the wall with one hand. Han Jiangxue pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder, but he slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. Han Jiangxue frantically held on to Jiang Xiao and hugged him in her arms. "What's the matter with you?" "Star bead, star bead," Jiang Xiao murmured. Han Jiangxue immediately understood what Jiang Shao was going through at this moment. His star power had been depleted, and that feeling was extremely painful for a star warrior. Han Jiangxue hurriedly searched through the Sky Smasher and took out a few commonly seen blue star beads. They were all savage star beads from the arsenal that were not expensive and were of silver quality. They were suitable for replenishment. Jiang Shao held a handful of star beads in his hand, and as he absorbed them, the star beads shattered. After a while, Jiang Shao panted heavily, just like a person who had been holding his breath underwater for a long time, who had finally broken out of the water. Jiang Zhao's face was covered in perspiration, not because of the heat, but because of the shock. Jiang Shao broke free from Han Jiangshue's embrace and tried his best to stand up. Still feeling rather nervous, he said, "This space-time gap consumes too much star power. Just now, there was no star power in my body at all. I should have overdrawn a little. It's too terrifying. If I expend more star power, I'm afraid I won't be able to use any star techniques. I might even lose my body." Han Jiangxue frowned and said, "Your level of star power is too low and the total amount of star power is too little." Jiang Shao nodded. His star power was almost full just now, and at least 90% of it had been sucked dry by the space-time rift. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's star power was at the peak of the Nebula realm. No. Nebula level 9 was the peak of Nebula. What was Nebula level 10? Peak of Nebula Summit? How about Half-Step Galaxy? This title sounds very cool. How about Standing at the Gate of the Galaxy? Or Leaning Against the Frame of the Galaxy Door? Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously, wondering what he was thinking about. In short, if the total amount of star power of Half-Step Galaxy was divided into 10 portions, Jiang Shao would have consumed a total of 9 portions of star power in the space-time gap just now. After Jiang Shao could use countercurrent light, he connected it to Han Jiangxue. Whoosh! His star power was instantly replenished. Look at him. He's a true galaxy powerhouse. Jiang Shao discovered that although his star power was at Nebula Stage level 10, it was still in the Nebula Stage, and there was a qualitative difference between it and the Galaxy Stage. Although the total amount of star power had increased, it was only a quantitative change and not a qualitative one. Of course, he did not have as much star power as he did in the Galaxy Stage. He reckoned that the situation would only change effectively after he truly broke through to the Galaxy Stage. Jiang Shao had an idea and threw out a bait. The bait that originally required 70% of star power now only required 40%. My goodness, in comparison, is the space-time rift really that mana-consuming? Han Jiangxue didn't know what Jiang Shao was doing. She simply looked at the other Jiang Shao curiously and said, "I wanted to ask, why does your bait feel a little strange?" The bait Jiang Shao smiled and reached out to hold Han Jiangxue's palm, intending to let her know that his bait had already become a physical entity. However, Jiang Shao immediately felt that something was amiss. Something was terribly wrong. Although it was all his own thoughts and body, it still felt strange. Hence, Jiang Shao kicked the bait Jiang Shao away. It appeared again. I kick myself. But even if I kick myself, I can't cheat on myself. Chapter 4:23. Why did you kick him? Han Jiangxue couldn't stand it and hurriedly shielded Jiang Shao behind her. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao the decoy was speechless. The two of them said in unison, "It's all me, not you." Han Jiangxue blinked and stared at Jiang Shao in bewilderment before turning to look at Jiang Shao the decoy. Too Xiaopi? Jiang Shao the decoy walked to the entrance of the cave and said, "Since I've already come out, I'll go and pave the way. I'll rush to the troll clan later and attract their attention." Ah, indeed. Every touching love story needs to be decorated with death. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. She quickly snapped back to her senses and looked at Jiang Shao. "Do you really have to let him die?" Jiang Shao said helplessly, "It's all me. I said it's all me. If I die, I'll be the one to die. Platinum bait can already condense a real body, and it can't be retrieved after it's summoned. It can only be destroyed by death." Han Jiangxue received a huge amount of information and sized up the decoy Jiang Shao curiously. In fact, she couldn't help but step forward and pinch his dirty cheeks. Isn't this too realistic? Meanwhile, Jiang Shao had already begun to study the newly acquired star technique, Shadow of Disaster Ruins. Having learned his lesson, Jiang Shao once again used countercurrent light to obtain a large amount of star power from Han Jiangxue. God knew how much star power was needed for the Shadow of Disaster Ruins. After getting ready, Jiang Shao reached out with his hands and circulated the star power in his body. Whoosh! The star power in Jiang Zhao's body was immediately depleted by 90%. Oh my god! What the hell is this void calamity ruins? Why does every star technique consume so much star power? How much star power do they contain in their bodies? The space in front of Jiang Shao was overlapped, and it was a square with a side length of about 3 meters. Of course, it was not an accurate square, because its edges and corners were rather smooth. However, the Space Gate was very different from Sky Smasher. Once the gold quality Sky Smasher was activated, layers of overlapping space would appear. However, if one took a closer look, one would be able to see the scene behind through the overlapping space. However, the Shadow Ruins could not. It was like a mirror that had been smashed into pieces and then put back together again. There were spatial cracks all over it, and no one could see anything through the spatial gate. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, it seems rather advanced. Besides, Jiang Shao acutely discovered that the space door could not be opened in one go. Maintaining the space door required a certain amount of star power, as if there was an invisible line of star power connecting Jiang Shao and the space door. At this moment, Jiang Shao was in a rather dangerous situation because his remaining star power was decreasing at a constant speed. Soon, his star power would be completely depleted, and the space door would disappear. Jiang Zhao's star power abundance was silver quality level 3. Even if Jiang Shao did not actively absorb star power, there would still be some star power flowing into his body. However, it was still insufficient to maintain the opening of the space door. Basic techniques were the most difficult to upgrade, and it had been a long time since there was any movement. Jiang Shao could use skill points to upgrade it since 66 skill points could be used to upgrade it to level 9. However, he felt the pinch. He decided to save it for critical moments. Besides, in normal battles, Jiang Zhao's star techniques might be of high quality and would consume a lot of star power, but Jiang Shao was never one who lacked star power. All of his star techniques were poisonous, and they all absorbed mana from his opponent's bodies. That was probably the difference between a normal healer and a poisonous healer. Normal healers would take the initiative to replenish their teammates' health and mana. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, would steal the enemy's health and mana and feed them to his teammates. Jiang Shao is here, he's here. He's here with his countercurrent light. He's gone. Jiang Shao is gone. He's gone, full of star power. Han Jiangxue seemed to have become a star pet who was beautiful and good at fighting. She could even provide Jiang Shao with star power. After replenishing his star power from Han Jiangxue's body, Jiang Shao kept the door of the Shadow Ruins open and peeked inside. Sigh, no problem. We can survive, Jiang Shao said happily while observing the environment inside curiously. Inside the Shadow of Calamity Ruins was a pitch-black sky. The stars that filled the sky could not be considered resplendent. They seemed to be very far away from this place, so they could only emit an extremely weak light. The specks of stars were not even comparable to fireflies. Little Jiangxue, light it up for me, Jiang Shao said all of a sudden. Without hesitation, Han Jiangxue lit up a ball of flames in her hands. No, it's there, Jiang Shao said hurriedly. Oh, Han Jiangxue turned around curiously, only to see Jiang Zhao's butt sticking up. Well, because Jiang Zhao's upper body was in the Shadow Ruins, so Han Jiangxue walked over quickly while the ball of flames in her palm continued to take shape. All of a sudden, a cute Yin Xiaomu appeared. Han Jiangxue also stuck her upper body in and threw Yin Xiaomu in. Arg! Yin Xiaomu let out a strange shriek and fell onto the strange white and gray stones like a puddle of mud. Yin Xiaosu supported herself with her arms and legs as she slowly crawled up, only to see her master walking in. Not only did she walk in, but she was also gathering yin xiaosu in her palm, making crackling noises as they bounced out. The little burning men leaped down from Han Jiangshue's hands and scattered in all directions like ants. They quickly occupied every corner of the shadow of Calamity Ruins and lit up the place completely. They even set fire to the surroundings restlessly with the help of the little burning men. Jiang Shao strode in and carefully looked around. Beneath his feet was a grayish-white stone floor. Moreover, it was full of bumps and hollows of irregular sizes. It was like looking at the surface of the moon from afar. Although the ground was full of potholes, the terrain was rather stable, and there weren't many ups and downs. The only thing that seemed rather out of place was a grayish-white stone pillar that was about 2 meters tall in the distance. It seemed to have been formed naturally and was thick at both ends of the stone pillar, which was the same material as the stone ground beneath his feet. Is this the same space that the creatures of the Void Calamity dimension live in? This should be the tip of the iceberg, right? Or is this a pocket-sized version? Arg, Han Jiangxue was dragging a little burning man in her hand. It was like a ballet doll in a music box that was spinning around restlessly and making strange sounds. Han Jiangxue seemed to have reached the edge and would fall into the endless void if she took another step forward. Han Jiangxue carefully leaned forward, seemingly trying to look down. However, her forehead bumped into an invisible wall of air. Han Jiangxue covered her forehead with one hand and threw the little fiery man out of her palm. Splat! The little burning man slammed into the invisible wall of air and slowly slid down from it before falling to the ground. Jiang Shao said, "The starry sky here seems vast and boundless, making people feel incomparably small. However, if you want to materialize the air wall, I reckon it'll look rather congested. It's not as big as I think it is." Han Jiangxue raised her right hand, raised her index finger, and twirled it gently. The little burning men who were playing around were like a group of mischievous children who had just finished their exercises. They scattered and spread out frantically. Soon, the sounds of smacking could be heard continuously. The mischievous children hit the air wall one after another and fell onto their buttocks. However, not only did their buttocks not hurt, their stomachs did not hurt either. They quickly climbed back up and continued to charge forward with a howling sound. Each of them was more stubborn than the other. Jiang Shao looked around and realized that compared to the vast and boundless starry sky, the void of Calamity Ruins was definitely small. However, compared to humans, the square space of 100 square meters was enough to renovate a house. Am I finally a person who owns a house? 100 square meters was nothing in Jiang Zhao's hometown, Jiangbin City. However, if Jiang Shao were to casually throw this house into the second ring of the capital, not to mention the second ring, he could even afford a first ring. Well, forget it. It's good to be alive. Let's talk about the second ring. How high is it? Jiang Shao asked. Han Jiangxue condensed flames in her hand, and the flame torch pillar instantly took shape before shooting it above her head. Upon sight of the burning flame torch pillar, the little burning men who were scattered around cheered and scurried over. Han Jiangxue was extremely annoyed and had no choice but to wave them away. The little burning men stood in place hesitantly, not daring to advance or retreat. In fact, some even sat on the ground and looked up at the flame torch pillar as if they were worshipping a god. Jiang Shao was so adorable that he almost died. Can it be 3 meters tall? Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao estimated according to the ratio of Han Jiangxue's height to the flame torch pillar above and nodded. More or less. It's at least 8 meters tall. Try looking down. Oh. Han Jiangxue put away the flame torch pillar, and a vortex of crushed ice appeared in her right hand. With her exquisite control, the vortex of crushed ice spun faster and faster. She squatted down and pressed her hand against the ground. Jiang Shao was immediately dumbfounded and thought, geniuses are really different from ordinary people. Ice, Rasengan, roar. The same star technique can be used brilliantly in Han Jiangxue's hands, but what about others? The gold-quality ice roar produced by the ice cave in Gyeonggi province is not unheard of, but I've never heard of anyone who can use it like that. Or is this a unique derivative of the platinum ice roar? I'll learn it and use it consecutively. A new version that has never been used before? The grayish-white ground cracked open and Han Jiangshue's forearm sank halfway into it. She could no longer move forward. Han Jiangshue stopped, looked down, and said, "It's the same air wall as the surroundings." Jiang Xiao secretly nodded and waved at Han Jiangshue. Han Jiangshue was bewildered and shook her dusty arm before walking back. Jiang Xiao put his arm around Han Jiangshue's shoulder and looked at the vast starry sky. "How is it? Do you have any renovation plans?" Han Jiangshue asked. "Renovation?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yeah, it's so peaceful here." Han Jiangshue looked at the little burning men running around on the ground and suddenly felt a headache coming on. She said, "In the future, open this." "Calamity," Jiang Xiao said. "The ruins of the shadow of calamity." Han Jiangshue said, "When you open it, you'll probably use it as a shield. For example, if you encounter meteorite fire, you'll still be smashed into ruins no matter how good your renovation is." Jiang Xiao said, "Get some hard materials and store some Coke, Sprite, potato chips, and beef jerky in it. Put a computer or game console in it, and get a generator." "Well, you don't have to. You can generate electricity, can't you?" Han Jiangshue was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao's eyes were filled with yearning. "The little tyrant has endless fun. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of Super Mario, Contra, and hot-blooded football?" Although Han Jiangshue was born in 1998, she had played Snowman Brothers and Adventure Island with her father when she was a child. Hence, she understood Jiang Zhao's great ambition. Jiang Xiao murmured, "In the future, if there are people who we can't defeat who come after us again, we'll hide here. Give me a 340 yellow card, and I'll be able to play with it for the rest of my life." Han Jiangshue was speechless. "The people outside are trying to kill you, yet you're hiding here and playing Squirrel Wars." Chapter 424. Han Jiangshue tried to activate Sky Smasher, only to discover that it could be activated here too. It seemed to be a miniature version of a complete dimensional space where all sorts of star techniques could be used. Han Jiangshue took out a handful of silver-quality Savage Star beads and stuffed them into Jiang Zhao's hands, pulling him back to reality from his fantasies. She said, "Let's see if your space-time rift can teleport someone." "Okay." Jiang Xiao was filled with star power while holding the star bead in one hand and Han Jiangshue's palm in the other. He was much more familiar with using the space-time rift than the first time. Han Jiangshue's vision blurred, and she loosened her grip. In the distance, Jiang Zhao's figure quietly appeared beside the landmark stone pillar in the middle of the disaster ruins. Beside him, a flame centipede got a great shock and fell to the ground. Jiang Xiao held onto the star beads tightly and absorbed them, causing a few savage star beads to shatter and fall from his hands. Jiang Zhao's expression was sullen. Both of them realized that the space-time rift could not teleport someone. Jiang Xiao pondered for a while before saying, "In that case, stay here according to the plan." Han Jiangshue said, "Xiaopi." Jiang Xiao interrupted Han Jiangshue and connected her body with countercurrent light again. He said, "I can teleport and I have the help of decoy. There won't be any mistakes. Those are all platinum-quality creatures whose physiques are several levels stronger than ours. If you follow me, it'll be difficult for us to rush out, be it running or flying." Han Jiangshue let out a deep sigh. She understood the logic, but she really wanted to protect him. Jiang Xiao walked back to Han Jiangshue's side and stood in front of her. He put on a serious expression and said, "Trust me." "Okay." Han Jiangshue looked at Jiang Zhao's serious gaze and nodded gently. She took out a handful of star bead from Sky Smasher and handed them to Jiang Xiao. However, Jiang Xiao picked out a few high-quality star beads and handed them back to her. Without saying another word, he turned around and walked out of the space door. Han Jiangshue stared at his back silently. Whoosh, his figure disappeared along with the shattered mirror door. In the vast universe, under the dim, starry sky, she was all alone. Han Jiangshue slowly sat down and listened to the strange sounds of the little firemen around her. She waved her hand gently, and the little firemen turned into sparks that dissipated. The shadow of Calamity Ruins was plunged into darkness. Jiang Shao and the bait. Jiang Shao grabbed the stone soil at the entrance of the cave. Both of them had their own brains, so Jiang Shao could not control the bait. Moreover, the two of them shared the same thoughts, so there was no so-called communication. They dug up the rocks and soil, and the rumbling sounds grew louder and louder. The bait went first. Through the bait's point of view, Jiang Shao was shocked to discover that this was no longer a natural disaster that a single giant demon flame master could create. This was a group battle. A group battle between platinum-grade creatures could easily reach the epic level. How was this a battle? How was this a hunt? This was already a war. Jiang Shao even saw Second Last. To be exact, it was Second Last's lava dance. On the undulating hills in the distance, huge firestorms could be seen rising from the ground. The thick firestorms blocked Jiang Zhao's line of sight, making it impossible for him to see what the creatures inside looked like. However, in a few of the firestorms, he could occasionally see a few huge black shadows that were screaming in pain. He reckoned that it might be a pair of troll lovers who were being burned to death. Clearly, apart from the giant demon flame master, the giant demon flame warrior, and the giant demon flame bell, the last creature of the infernal inquisitor, the giant demon flame melon, had finally appeared on the battlefield. It's really getting out of hand. At a glance, there were a large number of troll lovers crawling around and gathering there after hearing the news. They created the least big scene, but their numbers were the largest. Once the giant demon flame master used the disaster star technique, all the surrounding creatures would be attracted over, and the situation would get increasingly out of control. At the same time on Earth, burly soldiers dressed in different clothes gathered in front of the portal. Although they were not dressed in the same way, they were all brownish-yellow and brownish-gray in color. Some of the soldiers were even wearing desert camouflage. Hence, it was clear that they were from a special team. A dimensional space had once been suddenly opened on Central Street of Jiangbin City, but at that time, only one Wasteland Reclaimer team had come. There were probably at least 5 Wasteland Reclaimers gathered here. One of the middle-aged men, panting and looking rather disheveled, said, "Captain Liu, I can tell that it's no longer a battle that we can stop. It's already escalated to the level of a war. We have to go in and look for the holy ground immediately. If we continue to drag this on, the situation will only get worse. We might not even be able to defend the portal." Captain Liu Chenle's expression was sullen. After receiving the report, they immediately rushed to the scene and listened to the situation. They also sent an assassin to investigate the situation, but the news they received was not optimistic. Liu Chenle asked, "Did you see those 2 children?" The man shook his head and said, "It's too chaotic. I can't find them at all. I'm afraid that a war of this level has already." Liu Chenle pondered for a while and said, "All assassins, including star warriors with star techniques, gather in front of me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several men and women walked out. Liu Chenle looked at them and ordered, "After you go in, quickly leave the battlefield. Don't let any creatures discover your traces. The creatures of Judge Yin don't have any perceptual star techniques. You just have to be careful not to get hurt." Liu Chenle suddenly raised a finger and said, "If, and I mean if, you're discovered, quickly gather with us and try to lead the battlefield away from the portal. Even if you die, you have to die in there. There's no retreat. You're not allowed to escape back to the portal or lead the star beasts to Earth." Yes, yes. In fact, the Wasteland Reclaimers were well aware of the characteristics of the star beasts of Judge Yin. In such a war, it would be difficult to shift the battlefield with just a few soldiers. Not to mention shifting the battlefield. It was hard to say how many rounds they could last in the chaotic battlefield. The other assassins who have left the battlefield disperse and look for the holy ground. If you find the holy ground, destroy it without reporting. Maintain communication and keep the information flowing. Liu Chenle's veins bulged and he hollered, "The rest of the Wasteland Reclaimers, gather, all members of the Victor's army, temporarily requisition and assemble." Keep the team configuration the same. I'll be the chief commander. Follow me in and send the assassins off. The students of the Capital Star Warriors University were dumbfounded. What did he mean by sending the assassins off? Captain Liu just said that there was no retreat. Could they retreat? Impossible. They had attracted the attention of the star beasts, and they would then get further and further away from the portal. They would do their best to consciously shift the battlefield and try their best to ensure that no creatures would enter Earth through the portal. What would happen to them then? The students dared not think about it. Those were all platinum quality creatures. It would be fine if there were only 1, 2, or even 8 of them. How many platinum quality star beasts would there be at war? Lu Chunla looked at teacher Fong Xingyun and said, "Protect the students and the school gate. The next batch of reinforcements will be arriving soon. We don't have time to wait. Take care." Fong Xingyun's hair was in a mess as he held onto the portal. He was well aware of what the soldiers were going to do. It was because of the existence of this group of people that there was a peaceful Huaxia. Such things might have been happening all the time. However, the teachers and students only saw it here. If it wasn't for Judge Yin, if they had only opened the Black Rock Mountain and the Fire Source Mountain range like in the past, these soldiers might have been able to go home. Fong Xingyun was a sentimental person. She looked at the groups of resolute soldiers who were quickly gathering and said slowly in a trembling voice, "Take care. I hope you can return safely. Teacher Fong, after they go in, I'll take over. You could take a rest." A white-haired old man walked over and gently patted Fong Xingyun on the shoulder. "Thank you, Mr. Ding Yi." Fong Xingyun nodded and said, Groups of wasteland reclaimers and Victor's army in desert camouflage and reflective military uniforms arrived behind Fong Xingyun. However, this time, they might not be able to return victoriously. Fong Xingyun quickly closed her portal. Starlight gathered in the hands of a young soldier in desert camouflage, and a huge shockwave of astral power blasted into the portal. It was as if a mountain had been split open, and the battle of no return had begun. The wasteland reclaimers and Victor's army swarmed in and stepped into the blazing battlefield. Beside them, many ghost-like figures scattered in all directions, heading towards the end of this unknown world. Groups of people quickly moved towards the east. They used their shields and their respective abilities to attract the attention of all the star beasts nearby. Before Fong Xingyun closed her portal, 10 seconds before the wasteland reclaimers and Victor's army entered Judge Yin. 10 seconds earlier, Jiang Xiao, the decoy, stood on a hill and carefully observed the battlefield. He did not cherish his life. In such a chaotic situation, he did not care about attracting attention. He was like a field of vision that Jiang Xiao had inserted into the high ground. The two people shared the same thoughts and shared their vision. Jiang Xiao seized the opportunity and quickly ran out. He did not even need to look at the hill on his right. He directly used Sound of Silence. The next moment, countercurrent light connected to the troll Yin Wu. Under the water pipe, the astral power was instantly replenished. Space-time gap go. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed and disappeared quickly like a television image with an unstable signal. The moment he landed, he absorbed the star beads in his hands. In front of him was the portal of Judge Yin. He was only one step away from Earth. Screech! The sharp and thick dark red claws pierced through the heart of the decoy, Jiang Xiao, who was on the hill. At the last moment, the decoy, Jiang Xiao, sent the last crucial message before turning into a ball of stars and scattering on the ground. Jiang Xiao, who was in front of the portal, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly took a step back and, with the help of the astral power that had just been replenished, a green glow appeared under his feet. A huge meteorite that was attacking from behind was immediately kicked away. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, plunged into the portal. At the same time, Fong Xingyun quickly retracted the portal that Judge Yin had opened. Jiang Zhao's figure disappeared. In the next second, a thick shock wave of astral power blasted out from the portal. Then, groups of people arrived. Jiang Xiao plunged into the group of meteorites. He held the huge meteorite with one hand and looked around in confusion. Why isn't this the path to the south gate of the school? Why is it different from what I imagined? Jiang Shao hurriedly turned his head, only to see the moment when the portal disappeared. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed. Looking up, he saw the vast universe and the dim sky. Below the ground, there were piles of meteorites of various sizes. In the distance, there were a few grayish-white stone pillars that were still standing. They were thick at both ends and thin in the middle. There were also bumpy circles on them. Looking into the distance, Jiang Shao even saw the familiar grayish-white stone ground. Is this the shadow of Calamity Ruins? Jiang Shao was very sure that he did not open the shadow of Calamity Ruins. He had just used the space-time gap and green glow. His astral power had been depleted, and there was no astral power left to open it. Where am I? Chapter 425. Alliance Leaders Update, October 10th. Monday, September 26th, 2016. Light rain. It had been 3 days since the incident at the 923 Tribunal of Flame. Within 3 days, the news caused a huge uproar across the country. In the past 3 years, the Capital Star Warrior had experienced the opening of 17 different dimensional spaces. Since most of them were from the Black Rock Mountain and the Fire Source Mountain range, the high-level creatures were only at the gold rank. In addition, the Capital Star Warrior had many capable teachers and students. After that, the Victor's Army and the Wasteland Reclaimers arrived in time, so there were very few casualties over the years. In addition, the government and the school blocked the news in time, so it did not cause too much of social shock. Why was the news blocked in time? The key lay in the first stage. Because the teachers and students of the Capital Star Warrior were strong enough to guard the space gate immediately and block the dimensional star beast back into the dimensional gate. However, this time, people's attention was focused on it. The Platinum Divine Beasts wreaked havoc in the Tribunal of Flame, which was different from the small fights in other dimensional spaces. Its name was Tribunal of Flame, and the Star Beasts there were at least platinum. The fourth stage of the Star Beasts was called Platinum, and the fourth stage of humans was called Star C. They made the teachers and students of the Capital Star Warrior extremely embarrassed. At the same time, they also took away 11 Wasteland Reclaimers and 18 Victor's Army. The giant demon flame masters appeared on the path of the south gate of the school, creating cracks in the ground and arching volcanoes. The giant demon couple held huge flame whips in their hands and swept everything there. Fire dragons danced in the sky. All of this attracted the attention of too many people. In the surrounding buildings, there were too many commoners who saw this phenomenon. This time, the government did not block the news. Everyone knew that it could not be blocked. The government took advantage of the situation and reported the news in a comprehensive manner. They also correctly guided the direction of public opinion and the reporting, causing the people of the country to sigh. The dimensional space of flame once again entered people's field of vision and became known to them. When people found out what kind of creatures were inside, they could not help but gasp. They could only sigh helplessly when they thought of the soldiers who protected the country and died tragically in a foreign land. In fact, such casualties happened all the time in China. However, it was rare to see such heavy casualties and attract widespread attention at the same time. Through positive reports, the country led people in the right direction. 3 days later, on September 26th, a farewell ceremony was held. Not only in the capital, but many cities across the country also launched a 1-minute silence ceremony. Not only was it for the 29 outstanding soldiers who had died, but it was also to remember all the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in the land of Huaxia. It was also to thank the soldiers who had silently contributed and contributed. The Victor's Army and the Wasteland Reclaimers were well aware of the reason for the heavy losses in this rescue operation. It was not only because the Tribunal Yen was too dangerous, but also because the Space Gate was 8 kilometers away from the Tribunal Yan's holy ground. The reason why such a huge battle could be fought was not only because the creatures inside were fast, had a keen sense of smell, and were constantly hunting, but also because of the high density of monsters inside. How could the density of monsters around the holy ground not be high? Helpless, the outstanding generals and soldiers could only pay the price for this natural disaster. Of course, it was also because of this that the soldiers quickly found and destroyed the holy ground. Some of the soldiers retreated unscathed and returned to Earth. At the same time, the disappearance of the students from the 16th batch, Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi, also attracted widespread attention. In fact, due to the special nature of the Star Warriors, it was not uncommon for students to die or get injured during school. However, the two students were sandwiched between the 29 martyrs, so it was difficult for them to not be noticed. Besides, the two of them were the champions of the 16th batch. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's Weibo was in an uproar. The last Weibo post was a photo of him and Wu Yao meeting in the martial arts arena. The comments below were filled with disbelief. Candle icon. Prayer gesture. Are you serious? Seriously? Toxic healer, don't joke around. You're only 17 years old this year. Hero, rest in peace. Hero, rest in peace. The official website reported the news of the two national champions truthfully. When the incident happened, the two of them and a team that was preparing for the World Cup happened to be walking on the path to the south gate of the school. When the dimensional space opened, all the students of the Star Warriors Academy in the capital, including the two of them, immediately took up the challenge and guarded the door of the dimensional space. Later on, due to the powerful output of Jiang Zhao's Sound of Silence and Han Jiangxue, the two of them entered the tribunal of Inquisitor Yin with 3 other Year 4 students who were preparing for the World Cup and guarded the door of the dimensional space in order to further reduce the damage that the tribunal of Inquisitor Yin would cause to Earth and the school. They waited for the arrival of reinforcements. Then, reinforcements arrived. The 3 Year 4 students escaped, including the younger brother, but Han Jiangxue failed to escape. Hence, the younger brother turned around and dashed into the tribunal of Inquisitor Yin again. Since then, there was no news of the two of them. When people understood the specific situation, they were full of praise and pity for Jiang Xiao. That was how the world was. People would always be more lenient towards the dead. However, even so, there were still a small number of people who criticized Jiang Xiao for overestimating himself and rushing to die. They said that he was mentally retarded and didn't know how to weigh the pros and cons. However, there were still fewer comments, and they were drowned out by the lamentations and condolences. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue's actions made them heroes. They guarded the door immediately and didn't retreat or flee. That was a fact that no haters could change. Hence, there were many comments under Jiang Zhao's Weibo that said, "Hero, rest in peace." At this moment, in a martyr cemetery in the capital, the students of the Star Warriors Academy were lining up with umbrellas and sending flowers to the martyrs who had sacrificed themselves in front of the monument. The school specially organized the event to commemorate the soldiers who had protected them, and also to mourn the 2 students who had died while protecting them. However, they were not attending the funerals of the 29 soldiers, nor was this the cemetery of the 29 soldiers. Be it the Wasteland Reclaimers or the Victor's Legion, they all had their own internal farewell ceremony. It was a large martyrs memorial park, and the tall martyrs monument represented every soldier who had sacrificed themselves. The sky was gloomy and the drizzle was getting heavier. The memorial was over, but someone did not leave. It was Song Chuanxi. Song Chuanxi, who had personally caught Han Jiangxue but did not bring her back, was standing in front of the monument and crying softly. She did not have an umbrella, and it was hard to tell if the tears on her face were rainwater or tears. However, her reddened eyes and trembling shoulders were enough to tell the truth. On her right was Hisu, who was squatting on the ground and staring at the monument in a daze. Song Chuanxi had caught Han Jiangxue, but what about Hisu? Didn't he catch Jiang Xiao too? Under the gloomy sky, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. All of a sudden, a pitch-black umbrella appeared above Song Chuanxi's head. He held the umbrella and opened his mouth, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make a single sound. Some people were crying in front of the monument, while others were grieving silently. On the path outside the south gate of the Capital Star Warriors Academy, The torn ground had long been filled up by the Star Warriors using special star techniques. It was as if nothing had happened before. There was a lonely figure sitting by the roadside, staring blankly at the direction of a space gate that had long disappeared in the middle of the road, praying for a miracle to happen and for them to suddenly appear and tell her that everything was just a joke. Xia Yin curled up and hugged her knees while sitting by the roadside. The heavy rain had drenched her chestnut-colored hair, and after some time, she gradually lowered her head. Her forehead slowly rested on her knees. Her voice was very soft, so soft that it made one's heart ache. I'm already at the galaxy stage. I'm qualified to be by your side. I can protect you. Come back, please. At this moment, the two siblings, who were missed by too many people, were in the shadow ruins filled with meteorites. This can be used. Jiang Xiao held a stainless steel basin that had been broken into two and tried his best to shape it into the shape of a bowl. He then turned to look at Han Jiangxue. As early as 3 days ago, Jiang Xiao had mistakenly entered this place. After his star power had been replenished, he opened his own shadow ruins and summoned Han Jiangxue. In the beginning, Han Jiangxue was overjoyed to see that Jiang Xiao was fine. However, after she heaved a sigh of relief, she realized that she was still in the shadow ruins. Although the shadow ruins was more chaotic than before, there were meteorites everywhere. They could still vaguely tell that it was still the shadow ruins. At least, the dim stars in the sky were exactly the same. After hearing Jiang Zhao's explanation and speculation, Han Jiangxue also knew that the two of them had mistakenly entered the shadow ruins of another Star Warrior. Due to the fact that Jiang Xiao happened to turn around and see the space gate of the shadow ruins closing when he first entered, the two of them did not leave this place for the past 3 days. They were just waiting for the Star Warrior to open the gate so that they could see the light again. However, they did not expect that the gate of the shadow ruins had not been opened for 3 whole days. With Jiang Zhao's blessing, the two of them did not have to worry about food and water. They could continue to be full, and they just had to endure the feeling of hunger and thirst. Of course, they were not thirsty. After all, Han Jiangxue had crushed ice. As time passed, the two of them discovered something different about the shadow ruins. Through speculation, they reckoned that the owner of the shadow ruins should be a female. Why? Because the two of them found a lot of clothes and shoes at the bottom of the meteorite pile. It was not difficult to see that the clothes and shoes were neatly kept in the wardrobe and shoe cabinet, but all the cabinets had been destroyed by the meteorite pile. It was just like a treasure hunt. Jiang Xiao found a lot of unexpected things at the bottom of the meteorite pile, such as the stainless steel basin that had been deformed and broken into 2 halves. Han Jiangxue walked over on the uneven meteorite and reached out to take the stainless steel basin that Jiang Xiao had crushed into a large bowl. The crushed ice in her hand spun, and tiny pieces of ice appeared and fell into the steel basin. She then turned her head to look at the group of little burning people who were jumping around and acting as lighting tools. Immediately afterwards, several little burning people formed a circle with stones before climbing in and sitting in the stone circle. Han Jiangxue placed the large bowl on the stone circle and pressed it on the top of Yan Xiaomu's head. She said, "You don't have to use my hand as a bowl to drink." Jiang Xiao continued to look around while saying, "Do you have any star techniques that can help you quench your hunger? My bait is made of flesh and blood, but once it's cut off, it should turn into star power and dissipate." Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao and said, "Stay hungry." Jiang Xiao kicked a large stone away and saw the wardrobe that had been smashed into pieces. He rummaged through it and found a relatively intact trench coat and jeans from the bottom, which he then tossed to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue said, Before she could say anything, she saw Jiang Xiao pulling out a pair of black high heels from the pile of stones. One of the heels had already been smashed off, so Jiang Xiao simply broke off the heel of the other shoe and threw it to Han Jiangxue. "Go over there to wash up and change your clothes. Since you can afford it, don't wear dirty clothes." Jiang Xiao pulled out a burgundy evening gown and said, "I'll see if there's anything I can wear. This guy should be single. Why doesn't he have any men's clothes? He's forcing me to wear women's clothes." Chapter 426. The little burning men that were running all over the ground were howling. Han Jiangxue used to think that they were annoying, but now they seemed to represent life and vitality. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao, who was resting on the meteorite in the distance, and said, "Xiaopi." Jiang Shao seemed to be absorbing star power. In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, all the laws were the same as those in the real dimensional space. Star power could be absorbed using any star techniques. Jiang Shao asked, Han Jiangxue said softly, "Is there anything you want to tell me but haven't had a chance to say?" Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Han Jiangxue remained silent for a while before saying, "We don't know if the owner of the shadow of Calamity Ruins has encountered an accident." Jiang Shao was stunned. "We've been here for a long time, but this space door has never been opened again. This owner should have experienced the incident with Judge Yen. Who knows what she's been through?" Han Jiangxue sighed softly. She continued, "If she's still alive, there's no reason why she hasn't opened the space door for so long. Whether it's for fighting or for living. Her clothes and shoes are all hanging in the cabinet. I think she should be an orderly person, but she still hasn't tidied up this space." "No," Jiang Shao said. "Maybe she's just injured or distracted by other things. If she dies, this space will be gone too." Han Jiangxue didn't speak again. Who could be sure of that? Who knows if the owner of the space will really disappear after their death? It's just that no one can open it after that person dies. Perhaps the owner of the space has really encountered misfortune, and the space has been left there forever, never to be opened again. Jiang Shao stood up and strode towards Han Jiangxue. He then half knelt down and pressed his hand on her shoulder. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Han Jiangxue lowered her eyes and remained silent. However, Jiang Shao leaned forward slightly and kissed her gently on the cheek. Han Jiangxue was slightly shocked, and her face immediately flushed red. However, she didn't do anything drastic like the previous time. However, Jiang Shao said gently, "Live hard and live hard. That's the meaning of our existence." Han Jiangxue remained silent and nodded gently. Jiang Shao suddenly smiled and said, "But you've reminded me. I really have something to tell you." Han Jiangxue raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Shao, who was grinning in front of her. All of a sudden, she felt much better and asked, Jiang Shao said softly, "Call me Jiang Shao from now on. No matter what the result is, since I've come to this world, perhaps I really should leave my real name in your heart." Han Jiangxue was a little bewildered. "Jiang Shao, I heard Second Last call you that before." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Jiang is in the Yangtze River and Shao as in the daybreak." Han Jiangxue finally matched the words and asked, "Why did you change your name?" Jiang Shao said softly, "I'm almost an adult. The name Xiaopi is suitable for children. It's a deal. You can call me Jiang Shao from now on." Han Jiangxue nodded silently. "Okay, Xiaopi." Jiang Shao, at the same time, in a residential area with an elegant environment in the southern suburbs of the capital, a few stops away from the Star Warriors Alliance. In an elegantly decorated residential house, a woman in her mid-30s was sitting on the bed and staring at the heavy rain outside the window, watching the green trees swaying in the wind and rain. She was Fang Xingyun, the actual combat teacher of the Star Warriors Alliance. She had experienced countless life and death situations, but her emotional heart remained the same. Although she was not numb to death, she had been having a rough time in the past few days. In her mind, many determined faces kept appearing. They had charged into the Judgment Hall of Flame with an indomitable will. Once they left, they really didn't return. That night, she led and protected her classmates and sealed off the surrounding area of the school, waiting for reinforcements from the military to arrive. The Victor's Legion took over her work, but she did not feel relaxed at all. As the holy ground in the Tribunal of Inferno collapsed, the door gradually closed, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Xingyun, on the other hand, put her palms together and looked through the inner circle that had been sealed off by the Victor's Legion. She watched the soldiers in tattered clothes and drenched in blood escape. Every time a person came out, she would match the face of the soldier who had entered the Tribunal of Inferno. Unfortunately, when the Tribunal of Inferno finally collapsed and the space door finally closed, she had missed a total of 29 people. Not everyone would be numb to life. There were still people in this world who did not forget their original intentions. Fang Xingyun's heart trembled. 29 soldiers, 29 fresh lives, had disappeared together with the space door. They had died in battle in a foreign land. That might be the glory of a soldier, but it was also something that Fang Xingyun wanted to see. That night, she was in a daze. She and the other teachers comforted the students, organized the evacuation of the students, stabilized the order, and sealed off the school. It was not until early in the morning that she was summoned to the office of the school leader. She explained the situation at the scene and wrote a detailed report with slightly trembling hands. The next day, Fang Xingyun was in a gloomy state. In a low mood, she had been in a half-asleep state until she heard the relevant news broadcast on the TV. She suddenly woke up, hurriedly got up from the bed, and ran to the living room barefoot. On the TV, she saw the names and faces of the 29 soldiers. Each and every one of their faces seemed to evoke her memories, and she was finally able to match all of them to one another. She thought that she would be able to sleep well, but the heroic faces of those people became clearer and clearer in her sleep. In the dark, she propped herself up and leaned against the headboard of the bed. She sat there for the whole night. The sky was bright. However, the weather seemed to be against her. There was no sunshine, only dark clouds, and only light rain and strong wind. All of a sudden, the woman sitting on the headboard came to life. She gently patted her forehead, rubbed her messy hair, and got up to change her clothes. She knew that she would not be able to rest well today. Unexpectedly, she changed into a combat uniform. She tied her messy hair into a ponytail and put on a cap. She held an umbrella and slowly drove away from the residential area while talking on the phone. She was not going to work. Instead, she drove all the way to the west and left the capital. The destination of the car was a small base in the wilderness outside the imperial city. There was already a group of people there to welcome Fang Xingyun. They had already received a notice and knew what teacher Fang Xingyun was here for. She was here to open up the shadow ruins. Why did they have to mobilize so many people? This was because the shadow ruins had been opened right next to the Yin Inquisitor. Unsurprisingly, most of the people inside should be meteorites. However, if there was an accident, there might be a few platinum-ranked god-level creatures mixed in. There might be a small number of platinum-ranked god-level creatures among them. In the worst-case scenario, there might be a few pairs of troll couples, as they were the only ones who wouldn't hunt their own kind. As long as any other species stayed in the shadow ruins for 3 days, it would be like raising a poisonous insect, and there would always be one of the strongest among them. Even if there were a few pairs of troll couples inside, they would still have the intention to hunt since they had been starving for 3 days and they were constantly meeting in a space of 100 square meters. They did have a certain level of intelligence, but they were still ferocious star beasts. If there was no target to cooperate with, they might slaughter their own kind. No one wanted any accidents to happen, so the soldiers were on standby. They all knew about the recent news and knew how to treat the creatures from the Yin Inquisitor. Among the large group of soldiers, there were a few men and women in ordinary clothes. In the middle of them was a white-haired old man, but he looked hale and hearty. This group of people had a different temperament from the soldiers. They looked more scholarly. Yes, although this place was guarded by layers of soldiers, it was not a military camp, but a star beast research institute. After passing through layers of checkpoints, Fang Xingyun changed to a military vehicle and arrived at the empty space in the center of the base. When Fang Xingyun saw a group of people waiting for her, she hurriedly got out of the car. Ignoring the rain on her body, she quickly walked up to the white-haired old man and said apologetically, "Director Wu, I didn't expect you to personally welcome me." Wu Kaixian smiled and said, "I heard that Teacher Fang was going to deliver a precious star beast from the Yin Inquisitor, so I came to take a look. It's not a big deal." Fang Xingyun was slightly embarrassed and said, "It's just a possibility. If there are no star beasts inside, I'll have to disappoint Director Wu." Wu Kaixian said, Teacher Fong, you're too kind. It's our honor that you thought of us immediately. Over the years, you've contributed a lot of precious living star bees to us. You've made a huge contribution to our country. We should be thanking you. Fong Xingyun did not seem to be in a good state. She nodded with a smile and said, "If you're ready, I'll open the shadow of calamity ruins now." Wu Kaixian turned to look at the captain of the soldiers. After receiving an affirmative answer, he said, "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Fong." A soldier walked over and led Fong Xingyun to the center of the empty field. The 4 Special Forces teams were already ready. Fong Xingyun nodded at the soldiers and opened the shadow of calamity ruins with one hand. The soldiers brought along all kinds of equipment and entered in a single file. The first thing they had to do was to ensure that everything was settled in the space and prevent the star beasts that might exist from entering Earth and wreaking havoc. When the soldiers entered, they were dumbfounded. They brought along all kinds of lighting star techniques and equipment, only to find that the place had already been lit up. There were little burning men running all over the place. They were howling like a group of mischievous children. Of course, the soldiers were knowledgeable. They were puzzled and thought, is this the star technique of the flamethrower? Didn't Teacher Fong stick to the space door opened by Judge Yin? Isn't the flamethrower a creature from the Fire Source mountain range next door? Why did they cross paths? Immediately afterwards, the pupils of one of the soldiers constricted slightly. He actually saw 2 people who had appeared on the death list. The champion student Han Jiangxiwe, the champion student Jiang Xiaopi. Everyone, including Fong Xingyun, was waiting patiently outside. More than 10 seconds later, Fong Xingyun suddenly covered her mouth with one hand, and her eyes turned red with excitement. She saw a cold, arrogant, and beautiful figure wearing a trench coat and shoes walking out under the escort of the soldiers. Behind the arrogant girl, a boy who was also wrapped in a woman's trench coat walked out carefully. They didn't die. They're actually still alive. They've been living in my shadow of calamity ruins all this time. The whole world thought that the 2 of them were dead, but they were actually standing right in front of her, alive and well. Fong Xingyun could imagine what kind of tragic battle they went through when they escaped from Judge Yin, as well as the serious physical and mental injuries they suffered. However, look at how they are now. Although there were some stains on their faces and their clothes were wrinkled and dusty, they did not look good. However, they were full of energy and their eyes were bright when they looked at the world. Obviously, they were working hard and surviving tenaciously. So, heroes don't die, right? So, the 29 soldiers who disappeared along with the space door could also be living tenaciously in a certain space or corner, right? Fong Xingyun, who had been emotionally unstable for the past few days, finally could not hold it in any longer. He covered his reddened eyes with one hand and muttered in a low voice, "Thank you all. Thank you all." Chapter 427. At the same time, at the entrance of the Cemetery of Martyrs, Wu Yao held an umbrella and walked out while hugging Song Chuanxi, who was drenched in sweat. From afar, Wu Yao saw a person holding a black umbrella standing at the entrance. She had good eyesight, so she could tell who it was. It was Dylan, the vice president of the student union. The other students had long since left, but Dylan seemed to have been waiting here all along. He didn't bring any companions and was alone. Wu Yao finally persuaded Song Chuanxi to come back and drag Hisu back to school with her. There was no reason for her to stop. Besides, it was not in her character to take a detour. However, she didn't expect what was supposed to come would still come. "You must be feeling very remorseful and guilty," a male voice said from the side of the gate of the cemetery. Wu Yao warned, "We're not in a mood to talk to you now. Be careful." However, Dai Luan ignored Wu Yao and instead looked at Song Chuanxi, whose head was lowered and eyes were red and swollen. He continued, "You put the Year 1 students into the team and even brought her and her brother into the Inferno Court. You made them face a crisis that was beyond their abilities. The crisis in the Inferno Court is the same as the World Cup. It's a responsibility that the Year 3 and Year 4 students should bear. Your stupidity and stubbornness caused all of this to happen. Kill them? Dai Luan did not kill anyone, but Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue died. And it seemed that Dai Luan was currently doing a heart attack. The team that Song Chuanxi had painstakingly built was destroyed again due to an accident. Besides, the two of them entered the Inferno Court because of Song Chuanxi's decision. Hence, Song Chuanxi was in a terrible mental state at this moment. Dai Luan did not hide in the dark and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Instead, he came to add insult to injury. Why? It was because Song Chuanxi's World Cup team of 3 was still united. Dai Luan knew that Song Chuanxi was a strong and resilient person. After competing with her for many years, he knew his opponent very well. Hence, Dai Luan knew that he couldn't leave any hope for Song Chuanxi. Although Han Jiangxue was gone, there was still Ling Shi, who was also in the galaxy stage. There were also other rules awakened who could fill in the gaps. Therefore, at this moment, Dai Luan wanted to completely tear apart Song Chuanxi's scarred heart. Wu Yao was enraged. Guarding the entrance of the Yin Tribunal is a job for third-year and fourth-year students? Where were you then? Dai Luan's expression was grave as he said solemnly, I was training outside the school and sparring with others. I also wish that I had been there at that time. If I had been there, those two new students would not have died so early. Dai Luan paused for a moment and enunciated each word. They were the champion students who had 30-star slots and were extremely talented. They were also the FMVP of the finals. They were all future pillars of the country, but they died at the hands of their disqualified leaders and under the wrong command. Unexpectedly, Hisu, who had always been gentle, strode forward and pushed Dai Luan's chest, pushing him back a few steps. That's enough. Everyone knows whether or not you're really regretful. Hurry up and scram. Dai Luan stood firmly. Due to the fact that Hisu had not been holding an umbrella, he was drenched all over. Dai Luan patted his wet chest and said, I understand how you guys feel. I'll let it go this time. Don't be so impulsive next time. I won't tolerate it a second time. Wu Yao barked angrily. Hisu is right. Everyone knows what you're thinking. Are you sure you want to be so relentless here? Dai Luan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, I'm stating the facts and advising you not to be so reckless again. Don't let others die in vain. Yet, you're making a fuss? Wu Yao gritted her teeth and squeezed out a sentence. I'm not raising the issue. I'm threatening you. Why don't you try saying another word? Only one of us can leave this place alive today. Don't say any more. Song Chuanxi, who had been silent, finally spoke up. She hung her head low and her eyes were glazed over. She grabbed Wu Yao's arm and tugged it gently. At some point in time, each of Wu Yao's eyes had already turned into double pupils, which was a sign of the platinum quality star technique. Under Song Chuanxi's gentle tug, the three of them strode away. Dai Luan did not speak again, for he knew that he had already done enough. He tidied up his clothes and watched the three of them leave. Dai Luan humphed and turned around to walk toward his car. The journey back to Star Warriors University was a long one. Dai Luan listened to the song and seemed to be in a good mood. Half an hour later, a piece of news almost made Dai Luan suffer a setback. Hearing the sound of his mobile phone ringing, Dai Luan casually turned it on and looked at the text on the screen, only to have a sudden change in expression. He hurriedly dialed the number, and the other party immediately picked it up. Dai Luan asked, What's going on? Mi Yan's voice sounded on the other end of the line. Just now, teacher Fang Xinyan's car drove into Star Warriors University and stopped directly in front of the administrative building. Some students saw her taking Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi upstairs. Dai Luan clenched his mobile phone tightly, as if he was about to crush it. He enunciated each word and said, This, no, can, be. Mi Yan said softly. The security personnel of the administrative building have also confirmed this news. Dai Luan, who was driving alone, had a menacing expression on his face. After more than 10 seconds, he loosened his grip on his mobile phone. Clearly, he had good self-control. He sighed softly and said, Well, it's good that you're back. They're two good seedlings. Now that the hero has returned, it's time to give him our blessings. On the other end of the line, Mi Yan replied, It's okay. I'm hanging up. Dai Luan said, "Okay." Beep, beep, beep. Dai Luan casually threw his mobile phone on the passenger seat and turned on the music again. With a menacing gaze, he slowly drove back to school. In the administrative building of the school, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were in Vice Principal Yang's office, reporting the situation in detail. The siblings spoke in unison and did not mention Jiang Zhao's information about the space-time gap and the shadow ruins of calamity. They merely said that after Jiang Xiao ran in, he smashed Sound of Silence on the troll couple, extinguishing the whips in their hands and allowing Han Jiangxue to escape. After that, the two of them escaped the attack range of the meteorite fire. The battle that followed was not something that the two of them could control. The Troll Fire Master did not chase after them because a new pair of troll couple entered the battlefield in an attempt to kill the Troll Fire Master that had launched a sneak attack. The identities of the prey and the hunter in the Inquisitor Yin were constantly changing. The two of them hid under the hill for a while and seized the opportunity. Han Jiangxue activated the Flame Shield, and with the help of Jiang Zhao's Sound of Silence and Sky Smasher, the two of them ran into the portal. However, they discovered that the two of them were not on Earth. When they wanted to go out, the door of the strange space had already been closed, and the two of them had been living inside. Their words were half true and half false, and the entire process was terrifying. However, when Vice Principal Yang asked them if they had seen the human army, the two of them shook their heads in confusion. It was not a collusion between the two of them. They really did not see any humans, but since the Inquisitor Yin had been closed, it also meant that some army had destroyed the holy ground. The two of them talked for a long time, and finally, under Vice Principal Yang's consolation, he granted them a 3-day holiday and gestured for them to go back and rest. Vice Principal Yang also stated that there might be people from a military visiting them in the next few days, so he asked them to maintain communication and avoid leaving the campus as much as possible. Of course, there was no need to be nervous. As long as they answered truthfully about what they had seen and heard, the military would not make things difficult for them. However, before they left, Vice Principal Yang specially emphasized that they should try their best to avoid being interviewed by social media. It was not mandatory, but rather, it was just a suggestion from Vice Principal Yang. The two of them nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Fang Xingyun, who was at the side, made a request to Vice Principal Yang. She said softly, "I locked them up by mistake for 3 days. Since you've given them 3 days off, I'll take care of them for the next 3 days to make up for my mistake. Besides, the news of their return will definitely attract a lot of attention. It'll probably be difficult for them to recuperate peacefully in this school. I'll bring them to my place. It's not far from the school, but it's quiet too. If the military sends any news, they can contact me directly." Vice Principal Yang thought about it and agreed to Fang Xingyun's request under the pleading gaze of Fang Xingyun. He still had to show Fang Xingyun some respect. Those who had a spatial star technique were people that everyone wanted to befriend, even if they had to go all out to get along with. The siblings did not have any objections. From the conversation between the two teachers, they could tell that this incident had a huge impact and was vastly different from the previous 17-dimensional openings. In fact, that was indeed the case. The news spread particularly quickly in the capital Star Warriors University. When Fang Xingyun walked out of the administrative building with the two of them, they saw a large group of students. Even though it was raining heavily and the guards at the bottom of the administrative building did not allow them to enter, there was still a group of people crowding in front of the administrative building. When they saw Fang Xingyun coming out with Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi, their cheers almost overturned the building. Han Jiangxue, Jiang Xiaopi, alive, still alive. These are the students of the Capital Star Warriors University. They're just so tenacious. Alive, you're really still alive. Hero, 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 hero. Jiang Xiao was a little stunned. The deafening cheers and applause. Are they all for the two of us? Hero? Isn't that too much of title? Am I worthy? Jiang Xiao, who did not know the cause and effect, clearly did not know the complicated and legendary story behind it. However, he vaguely understood that these people might be paying tribute to the two of them for risking their lives, to protect the south gate of the school. Jiang Xiao really did not know how highly he was regarded by the people for his foolish behavior of killing his way out of the Judge Yan's office and discovering that Han Jiangxue was trapped there. Besides, he and Han Jiangxue did not flinch in the face of the sudden opening of the dimensional door and faced death with equanimity. In the end, they sacrificed their lives. The combination of the two made the two champion students receive great respect from the entire society. People were really very forgiving towards the dead. Soon, when Jiang Xiao really went online to understand the specific situation, he found out about the specific situation. At this moment, Jiang Xiao looked at the crowd of students with a dumbfounded expression and listened to their loud cheers. Jiang Xiao subconsciously lowered his head and wrapped himself in his beige trench coat. He then stepped on the wet concrete floor barefooted and quickly ran to Ms. Fang Xingyin's car while she led the way domineeringly. Not long after, the photos of Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi, who were dressed strangely, were posted on the internet and subsequently reposted by a large number of students. People had just observed a moment of silence for the victims of the 923 incident this morning and could be considered to have attended the funeral of Jiang Xiao and Jiang Xiaopi. Yet, at noon, the two of them are alive again. Chapter 428. Ms. Fang Xingyun was a little enthusiastic. To be exact, she was too enthusiastic and the siblings were not used to it. She brought the two of them back to her home, which was an elegantly decorated home that was more than 200 square meters. Although her home was located in the southern suburbs of the capital, it was very close to Star Warrior University, so the price of the house couldn't be low. Teacher Fang Xingyun was a woman who was as gentle as water. That kind of feminine temperament was displayed incisively and vividly. She was already 34 years old this year, but she didn't have a family. Since she could be a teacher at Star Warrior University in the capital and had such outstanding qualities, it would be difficult for her to find a suitable partner. She had been living alone in the house that was more than 200 square meters. However, Jiang Xiao discovered the desire deep in her heart. It was because Jiang Xiao accidentally entered a children's room when he was looking for the toilet. Ms. Fang didn't have a partner or children, but the children's room was extremely cozy. There were all kinds of plush toys and children's products. Perhaps she was very eager to start a family and to have a child. Jiang Xiao closed the door quietly and ran to the bathroom to take a shower without saying anything. He thought that women's clothes would leave him, but when he came out, there were new pajamas in the basket. Although they looked baggy and he couldn't tell if they were male or female, Jiang Xiao knew that they were still women's. Don't ask, there's a flower on the collar. Seeing Jiang Xiao come out in black pajamas, Ms. Fang Xingyun smiled and said, "I've already bought some clothes nearby and asked someone to send them here." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Thank you, Ms. Fang. You're welcome." Fang Xingyun walked forward and patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder. "I have to thank you." Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked why. Fang Xingyun did not answer. Instead, she said, "I've cooked porridge, but it'll take a while. I'll make some black sesame paste for you to drink first." Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "Let me do it. Let me do it." Fang Xingyun said, "Let me do it. You can go and read the news. Many things happened during the 3 days you were missing. There's a computer in the study. You can use the laptop on the table." Oh, Jiang Xiao was also curious. He followed Fang Xingyun's guidance and ran to the study. There was a laptop on the huge desk and a laptop beside it. Since the teacher had made it clear that they were only allowed to use notebooks, Jiang Xiao wouldn't go against the rules. At the door, Fang Xingyun watched as Jiang Xiao hurriedly switched on his phone and surfed the internet. She finally connected this hero to the 17-year-old. In fact, what Fang Xingyun admired the most was that the siblings had narrowly escaped death. The thrilling experience was enough to leave a huge psychological scar. After that, the two of them were locked up for 3 whole days, but their mental fortitude was simply too strong. From the moment they came out until now, the two of them had neither cried nor made a fuss. They did not show any signs of breaking down emotionally. Fang Xingyun could not help but admire the tenacity of the two children. Fang Xingyun's love for talent was aroused. He asked, "Do you have any other requests?" "Huh?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and held it in for a long time before saying, "Next time, don't just put clothes and shoes in your space. You should also put more Sprite, potato chips, and so on. It would be even better if you had a little tyrant." Fang Xingyun was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao's answer almost made her sprain her waist. Jiang Xiao. At some point in time, Han Jiangxue, who had just come out of the shower, walked to the door of the study and glared at Jiang Xiao coldly. "Why are you so rude?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head again and looked at Fang Xingyun. His tone became much more respectful. "Excuse me, can you put some Sprite, potato chips, and a little tyrant in your space? Please." Fang Xingyun was speechless. Han Jiangxue blacked out, not sure if it was because she was angry or hungry. She said in a trembling voice, "Teacher, please make way. I'll go in for a while." Fang Xingyun silently took a step back. Han Jiangxue walked into the study, turned around, and forced a smile at Fang Xingyun before closing the door. Fang Xingyun couldn't help but smile. After a short period of interaction, she seemed to have understood the personalities of the two of them. It was no wonder that they were labeled as toxic healers and mischievous deities on the internet. Are they really naughty? Fang Xingyun listened to the screams in the study and shook her head with a smile before walking to the kitchen. When she stirred 2 bowls of black sesame paste and returned to the study, the two of them looked solemn and were no longer fooling around like before. Fang Xingyun handed the black sesame paste to the two of them and glanced at the web page they were browsing, only to realize that they were reading news about the martyrs who had sacrificed themselves. Of course, there was also news about their deaths. Jiang Xiao finally understood the cause and effect, and his heart was extremely heavy. Fang Xingyun sighed softly and said, "They once sent an advance team to try and find the two of you. I saw it with my own eyes, and there are also students who can testify to it. They didn't go in and destroy the holy ground as reported. They tried to rescue you. If I had discovered that you were in my space earlier, it would have saved them a lot of time, and perhaps there wouldn't have been so many casualties." Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue put down the black sesame paste and stepped forward to comfort the soft-hearted teacher Fang. Jiang Xiao felt even more emotional after hearing Fang Xingyun's words. Did they try to save me? Yeah. How could the soldiers not have done that? What a group of respectable comrades. From various perspectives, they were the ones who saved the lives of the students of the Star Warriors University. What can I do for them? Jiang Xiao opened his Weibo, edited the text, and added a black and white picture. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not just now, from Weibo, WB. Heroes are immortal. Picture. There were 2 numbers written on the black and white picture. 29. Clearly, Jiang Xiao did not regard himself and Han Jiangxue as heroes. Jiang Zhao's Weibo post caused a huge uproar. Jiang Xiao felt that although he had a sincere heart, his Weibo post was too light. What else could he do for the soldiers? A large number of comments quickly appeared under Jiang Zhao's Weibo post. Did you really come back after seeing Mom Yang's news? Alive? Toxic healer. You're really still alive. Xiaopi, don't force yourself next time, okay? It's too scary. I wish I had such a silly and loving brother. I heard that you went to the King of Hell to ask for him. Awesome. So, you still brought him back after all, right? God pie. Jiang Xiao clicked on the private messages. Due to the fact that he could only send private messages to the people he followed, the messages were all from people he knew. Jiang Xiao was very touched to read the messages of concern. Among the private messages, he saw a real-time private message from Xia Yan. Where are you guys? I'll go look for you. Tell me where you are. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Teacher Fang and said, Can I ask someone to come over? She should be very worried about us. Fang Xingyun was smart and asked, The girl from your fixed team? Han Jiangxue said, Teacher, I grew up with her. Fang Xingyun said, Sure, but let her come alone. Don't tell anyone else. Jiang Xiao sent the address and request to Xia Yan via private message and also sent a private message to his friends who rushed over to greet him. Jiang Shao had long lost his mobile phone during the battle. That was the only way. At the thought of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. He turned to look at Fang Xingyun and said, "Teacher, can you lend me your phone for a while? I want to tell my friends that I'm safe." Of course. Teacher Fang Xingyun took out his mobile phone and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grabbed the mobile phone and walked out of the study with a bowl of black sesame paste in one hand. He then dialed a number based on his memory. He waited for a long time, but the call didn't go through. Jiang Shao dialed again, and this time the call went through. Unlike others who picked up the phone, the person did not make sound. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Second last?" Jiang Shao could clearly hear that the other party's breathing was a little rapid. A few seconds later, the other party asked, "Where are you?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm calling to tell you that I'm safe." "I don't know if you're on a mission or if you have time to watch the news," Second Last said. "I finished my mission this morning and returned to Earth. I heard the news from Beijing." Jiang Shao really didn't know how to chat with her. Hence, he said, "Oh," Second Last asked, "Where are you?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm in Beijing." Second Last said, "You're not in school. Give me the specific address." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao got a great shock and asked, "You're in Beijing? What are you doing here?" Second Last said, "To pick you up." Jiang Shao was speechless. "I just heard the news in the morning, and she's already here in the afternoon." In his impression, Big Cat wasn't such an impulsive person. Oh yes, it was in the morning. Jiang Shao only appeared in the afternoon, and the news she heard in the morning should have been about Jiang Zhao's death. She reckoned that she was so determined to collect his corpse. However, if Jiang Shao had really died, he would have disappeared in the Yin court, and there would be no place to collect his corpse. Is she here to seek an explanation from the capital Star Warriors? I don't think so. Yes, definitely not. Big Cat is a cultured person. She knows that accidents and Star Warriors are always linked. She should have gone to Jiang Zhao's dormitory to pack up his belongings and bury them in a place with mountains and rivers. Second Last's next words made Jiang Shao feel dumbfounded. Second Last said, "It's much better to die by my side than here." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What's the difference? Isn't death all the same? Do you want to? I got it. You want to loot my bag? Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "You're also a person who has gone through life and death situations. How can a Star Warrior not be dangerous? It's not like you don't know the probability of the Yin court appearing. I'll only encounter it once when I'm unlucky. In the future, I'll just be going to ordinary dimensional spaces. I'll be fine." Jiang Shao could clearly feel that the breathing on the other end of the line had calmed down. He continued, "You have to keep your word and abide by the agreement. I'll only go to your place during the holidays. You have to let me finish my studies. I'm still thinking of accompanying little Jiang Xue to the World Cup." At this point, Jiang Shao suddenly stopped. Jiang Shao suddenly knew what he should do. Yes, it was necessary to have a sincere and nostalgic heart. Posting on Weibo was also considered a behavior, but it was not suitable for a Star Warrior. The soldiers had died on the battlefield and protected the group of students behind them. They had protected the so-called future. What if Jiang Shao used practical actions to let them see the potential of the students and live up to their expectations? The spirits of the soldiers who had died in heaven would probably be gratified. What was even more ingenious was that such a meaningful thing could coincide with Jiang Zhao's personal pursuit. Why not? Go to the World Cup? Stop trying to be a spectator? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and thought, "I should do something earth-shattering while I'm still young, so that my life won't be in vain. I won't have wasted my time in this magical world." Jiang Shao held onto his mobile phone and asked, "Where are you?" Second Last answered, "The principal's office." Jiang Shao stammered and said, "There's a snack street opposite the south gate of the school. Walk straight in, and you'll see a green grassland express hotel. Get a room and wait for me. I'll be there soon." Second Last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao hung up the phone and downed the black sesame paste in one gulp. He had a bold idea in his heart. Chapter 429. Jiang Shao did have a bold idea, but he was held back by reality. When Jiang Shao wanted to go out, he realized that he was wearing pajamas and there was a flower on his collar. Even a flower tattoo on his neck would be better than a flower on his collar. Ding dong. Ding dong. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought, "Is someone here to deliver clothes?" Teacher Fong just said that she ordered some clothes from the nearby mall. Jiang Shao hurriedly ran to open the door, but through the visual communication device, he saw a drenched person continuously pressing the doorbell. Jiang Shao opened the door for her and turned around to call out, "Little Jiangxue." "Huh?" Han Jiangxue asked as she walked out of the study. Jiang Shao took 2 steps back and said, "I'm looking for you." Slightly stunned, Han Jiangxue opened the anti-theft door and looked out, only to hear the sound of someone climbing up the stairs. Teacher Fong lived on the 4th floor, and that person probably couldn't wait for the elevator. Hence, she quickly scurried up. Jiang Shao took another 2 steps back. "She's here, she's here." He saw a drenched Xia Yin scurrying up. She widened her large, teary eyes and pursed her lips with an aggrieved expression. She then pulled Han Jiangxue into her arms, causing the rainwater on her to splatter all over the ground. Jiang Shao hid far away and thought, "Gosh, I almost got drenched in water." Han Jiangxue had just showered, and her clean and soft pajamas were ruined. Xia Yin sobbed softly and rubbed her cold, drenched face against Han Jiangxue's. She wrapped her arms around Han Jiangxue tightly, as if she wanted to strangle her to death. Han Jiangxue didn't know what to say. She stroked Xia Yan's cold back with one hand and said softly after a while, "You're drenched in the rain and you're not in a good mood. You'll get sick easily." Okay. Xia Yan seemed to be unable to listen to anything else and simply nodded continuously. She looked just like an abandoned kitten and puppy. Behind him, Fong Xingyun silently watched the reunion. She was filled with emotions. Back then, she also had a fixed team. The relationship between the team members was very good, but as they grew up and entered their respective jobs, her team of 4 rarely got together. Everyone was very busy. Some were in the office, and some were in the military. The next time they would meet was still a long time away. Fong Xingyun said gently, "Go and take a hot bath. No matter how good your physique is, you can't treat your body like this." Han Jiangxue pushed Xia Yin and reached out to untie her arms. However, after exerting a little force, she gave up and simply looked at Fong Xingyun apologetically with an apologetic smile. At that moment, Fong Xingyun's soft and emotional heart seemed to be able to understand such a situation. She did not blame him at all. Han Jiangxue wrapped an arm around Xia Yan's waist and lifted her up before walking towards the bathroom. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded by the scene. Yes, in terms of appearance, Han Jiangxue looked like a tall and slender urban girl. However, she was a galaxy stage star warrior and her power was not to be trifled with. However, the scene seemed rather jarring. It seemed more reasonable for Xia Yin to carry Han Jiangxue to the bathroom. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and got rid of his messy thoughts. He then said to Han Jiangxue, "I'm going out for a while." Han Jiangxue stopped at the door of the bathroom and turned to look at Jiang Shao. "Where are you going?" It would be fine if it were during normal times, but during such a critical period, she should indeed be aware of Jiang Zhao's whereabouts. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "In the morning, Second last heard the news and rushed to the capital from the northwest to collect my corpse. She's now in the principal's office. I called her just now to tell her that I'm safe. She wants to meet me." Upon hearing the name Second Last, Han Jiangxue heaved a sigh of relief. Second Last was Jiang Zhao's master who had helped them countless galaxy stage powerhouses. Yet, she actually rushed over from the northwest as soon as she heard the news. After thinking about the nature of Second Last's work, Han Jiangxue could deeply sense how much Second Last valued Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Be careful. Go and come back quickly." Fong Xingyun listened to the name curiously and reckoned that it was probably a code name. Whose surname is Second. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Shao finally changed into the men's clothes that were delivered and felt much better. He had a shirt, jeans, and sneakers. The shirt and pants fit him well, but the size of the sneakers was a little too big. However, That was just a small problem. Teacher Fong is really a considerate person. Whoever marries her will be blessed. Jiang Xiao thanked Fong Xingyun profusely. Under Fong Xingyun's constant reminders, Jiang Xiao was forced to hand over an umbrella and a baseball cap. He then walked out of the house with his car keys. Mid-Mountain Maple Forest District. TSK, TSK. That's a good name. Look at the greenery. It'll probably be beautiful in late autumn. The Mid-Mountain Maple Forest District was only a few bus stops away from the capital, Star Warriors. The journey was not too long, and there was no congestion. Jiang Xiao drove Fong Xingyun's car and prayed that he wouldn't bump into any traffic police. Finally, he arrived opposite the south gate of the school. After finding a parking space, he lowered his hat and walked into the alley with an umbrella. The receptionist at the front desk of the Green Grassland Express Hotel was not surprised to see Jiang Xiao lowering his hat and speaking softly. In fact, she encountered sneaky customers like him every day. After asking for the room number, Jiang Xiao took the elevator to the 6th floor and knocked on the door of room 611A. The person who opened the door was a huge figure, blocking the door completely. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao pushed her in and turned around to close the door. He finally took off his hat and turned around to see second last, who was expressionless. She hadn't changed much. She didn't gain weight or lose weight. She didn't grow taller either. The two of them sized each other up quietly without saying a word. The atmosphere in the room was extremely gloomy. She was wearing black trousers, a white shirt, and a long black trench coat. Indeed, she looked like she was attending a funeral. All of a sudden, she moved and reached behind her head to untie her ponytail. She then raised her head slightly and shook it before tying it back up again. Judging from her posture, usually her ponytail would be tied very low, which gave her a unique, lethargic vibe. Even when she was fighting in the holy ground in the snowfield, she still behaved that way. So far, Jiang Xiao had only seen her tie her ponytail up once, and that was when she entered the snowy mountains. It seemed to represent her attitude of preparing for battle. Jiang Xiao took a step forward and grabbed the braid behind her head. "Let me tie it up for you, shall I?" Second last raised her eyebrows and then let go of her hand. Her long hair fell down, and she looked around before sitting on the chair and tossing the hair rope to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao walked behind her and tied her hair back into a low ponytail to ensure that she wouldn't transform. Jiang Xiao said, "As you can see, I'm fine." Second last nodded calmly and said, "Okay." Jiang Xiao rolled his eyes at the back of her head and asked, "What about you?" Second last said, "I'm alive." Jiang Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes at the back of her head again. After a long time, Jiang Xiao said, "Look at your black and white clothes. Are you really here to collect my corpse?" Second last said in a hoarse voice, after coming out of the dimensional space and entering normal society, "I changed my clothes and reminded myself to change my style of doing things." Jiang Xiao thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. Although the winner would be the king in normal society, it was still a civilized society, after all. Hence, all kinds of intrigues and fights were rarely accompanied by gunpowder. It was completely different from the dimensional space. Over there, people would really fight and cause blood to flow everywhere. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "Thank you for coming to collect my corpse?" Second last said calmly, "Yeah." Jiang Xiao felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. He looked at the back of her head and had an urge to slap her. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and decided that it was not the time to rebel yet. He said, "I'm a celebrity now. If I don't choose a secluded place, it'll be hard for me to chat." Second last said, "I've checked. The room is safe. Don't worry." Jiang Xiao suddenly lowered his voice and whispered into second last's ear, "I absorb the space-time gap and the scourge of ruins. I also have 2 star techniques in 1 star." Second last froze slightly and turned her head around abruptly. She then looked up and widened her eyes. "Really?" Jiang Xiao seemed rather nonchalant and mimicked what second last did just now. He hummed calmly and said, "Yeah." Second last was speechless. "Wow. Comfortable. Awesome. Jiang Shao forcefully pulled her head back and continued to tie her ponytail. He tied it very low to ensure that she would remain indolent. Well, a big cat is much cuter than a lynx. Jiang Shao walked towards her and sat on the sofa before saying, I want to ask you for a favor. Second last said, Okay. Jiang Shao said softly, Can you take my decoy away? My thoughts are interlinked with decoy. Although decoy can't increase the quality of my star techniques, I can hone my various combat skills. Decoy is also another me. Once decoy has mastered archery, swordsmanship, fists, and daggers, I'll have mastered them too. After staying silent for a while, second last said, Leave the decoy behind. You come with me. Jiang Shao said helplessly, No, decoy can't use his star techniques. He'll be exposed easily. Although there are more cultural classes in year 1, it's normal for him to go out to school for training every few days. I heard that there's also night training. Decoy will definitely be exposed. Let's focus on safety. Second last did not respond and simply nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Jiang Shao said, I just want to ask if you can hide the fact that I still look like myself. Second last said, My team is relatively independent and has a lot of autonomy. That won't be a problem. Since that's your plan, I'll recruit the 2 apprentices that they've been trying to shove into me. I'll bring you along too. If I bring the apprentices along, I'll have more autonomy. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. It's a success. Second last said in a hoarse voice, It's a good thing that you don't have any star techniques. It'll allow you to focus more on honing your skills. Jiang Shao suddenly asked, That does make sense, but my decoy doesn't have any star techniques. It's equivalent to bringing a bird into your team. Will it drag you down? Second last said calmly, From the perspective of a burden, there's no difference between you and the decoy. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Chapter 430. Second last stood up and strode towards the window, after which she tightened the curtains and turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao got a great shock. He didn't know what she wanted to do, but he dared not ask. Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic. Have you eaten? I'll order a grilled codfish for you. Takeaway? Second last raised her head slightly and pointed at Jiang Shao with her chin. Let's see your star technique. Jiang Shao immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but he looked around and scanned the room before saying, I can't use the ruins of calamity. It will open a 3x3 square space door and cause damage to this place. Second last nodded and said in a hoarse voice, Space-time gap. Second last then took off her coat and threw it toward the middle of the hall. At the next moment, it seemed to be haunted. The hall was finally empty at first, but as the coat fell, a human silhouette appeared. Second last's long and narrow eyes lit up, and she strode forward to pick up Jiang Zhao's coat. She then looked down at him and said, You really shouldn't waste your life in college. Jiang Shao smiled and said, A few days ago, I heard a student preparing for the World Cup. She said that she and the soldiers were just different in terms of division of labor. Second last clearly understood what he meant and asked, Do you want to participate in the World Cup? Jiang Shao nodded and said, I want to do something earth-shattering while I'm still young. Second last nodded, seemingly deep in thought. That's why you wanted to take the bait away. Jiang Shao nodded silently. There was a sudden change in second last's expressionless face, and she smirked. You're very determined, and you seem to be in a hurry. You don't want to participate in the next one, but this one. Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before nodding again. Second last asked what. Jiang Shao said, I want to have a story to tell in this life. Second last pressed Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, You're the champion of the Provincial League, the champion of the Second Wasteland Reclamation, and the champion of the National League. You have a lot of stories to tell. Jiang Shao shook his head and said, It's not considered capable to be unreasonable. Second last finally smiled, and it was a rare smile on her cold and sullen face. It was so charming. Jiang Shao said, What are you laughing at? I'm qualified. This is my goal now. I'm not mocking you. I'm appreciating you. Second last said in a hoarse voice, The selection process for the World Cup is very strict. It's a team that will go to the world for the country. During the selection process, You will definitely have to light up your star map and be asked to register your star technique. Jiang Shao said, I can light them up. If you can secretly get me some Korean earth hibiscus star beads, that would be even better. Second last expression changed slightly, and she frowned. You have very few star slots. Are you sure you want to use them on this kind of star bead? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, if I don't hide my star map, it'll always be a time bomb. The earth hibiscus star bead is great. It can help me solve this problem once and for all. I've studied the various types of star techniques around the world and realized that there aren't many types of star beads. Their functions are similar, but they are essentially the same. They all follow the same principle. Quality is limited. No matter how strong the user's understanding of star techniques is, they will still fail if they encounter a star technique that is of a higher quality than star techniques of camouflage. I can easily upgrade the earth hibiscus star bead to platinum quality or even higher. That's a solution for me once and for all. Second last nodded and said, seems like you'll never reveal the secret of upgrading your star techniques. Jiang Shao smiled and said, no, I won't. Ever since I discovered the characteristics of the star map, this problem has been with me ever since. No matter what choice I made in the past, I'll still insist on it now. I won't change. I've also thought about the impact of making it public, but there are only a few outcomes, some good and some bad. I also have plenty of theories to support the good and bad outcomes. However, a bunch of theories will only add to my troubles. The problem is very complicated, and it's not a simple math problem that can be solved with a standard answer. I'm not willing to risk my life for an uncertain future. However, the only thing I can be sure of is that I'll get into trouble because of my wealth. Second last was non-committal and said, so you have to use the earth hibiscus star bead to protect you during the World Cup. Jiang Shao said, it's not just the World Cup, it's also my future. Besides, it has 3 star techniques in 1 star, and the effects are definitely more powerful than you think, especially after the upgrade. That happens to be the most attractive thing to me. It can only change the appearance of the star map now, but what if it can change the essence of the star map in the future? What if my 9-star slots can be changed to 18 in the future? What about 28? You've already seen the evolution direction of the decoy. It has transformed from a phantom to a real entity. Of course, the earth hibiscus star bead has the possibility of such an evolution. Second last ignored Jiang Zhao's speculation and simply looked at him with a stern expression. Have you made up your mind? Jiang Shao nodded and said, yes, I want to go to the World Cup. This is something that I think is meaningful. Something meaningful. Second last murmured softly and chewed on it. She subconsciously raised her hand that was pressing on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and rubbed his face gently with her thumb. Jiang Zhao's face was a little ticklish, and he couldn't help but rub his face against his shoulder. He suddenly said, I'm underage. Second last seemed to be daydreaming and ignored Jiang Shao at all, seemingly thinking about something seriously. Jiang Shao got serious too. After some thought, he said, let me fight to my heart's content and then come back to fight with you. I'll hide my identity. Second last lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao seriously. She said in a hoarse voice, okay, leave the decoy and star bead to me. It was impossible for him not to be touched. Jiang Shao knew what kind of person second last was, and she would definitely do what she said. Since she had agreed, she would definitely do her best. Jiang Shao said, I thought you would reject or even stop me, but you agreed to everything. Seriously, second last patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, maybe this is something that I think is meaningful. Ah, that's heartwarming. Jiang Shao didn't know how to answer. A serious person saying serious words is the most deadly. Jiang Shao thought about it again and said, I'll buy you 2 grilled codfish, shall I? Second last casually threw her coat on the bed and returned to the sofa. She then sat down and said, the only thing that puzzles me is why you want to participate in this year's World Cup. You have 3 years to grow and prepare for the next one. Jiang Shao smiled and said, you should ask why the World Cup is only held once every 2 years. You should also ask why students can only participate in it twice. Even if they have to repeat a year, they can't participate in it for the 3rd time. Second last raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Shao with interest. Jiang Shao walked toward the bedside phone and continued. You should ask why a student can only win 2 championships at most. It's good to have a dynasty of 3 championships in a row. Second last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said in a hoarse voice, If your leg is broken now, can you heal it yourself? Jiang Shao asked, Do you want to eat codfish? Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and didn't say anything else. She then slowly closed her eyes and rested. Jiang Shao picked up the phone and dialed the front desk. Yes. Yes, the one next door will do. 4 grilled codfish, 20 lamb skewers for scones, 2 squid plates for chicken wings. What did you say? No, I don't want the insanely spicy one. Just a normal spicy one will do. By the way, give me 2 big fat kidneys grilled and dry. Second last, who was sitting on the sofa and resting with her eyes closed, swallowed her saliva. Another 250 grams of braised pork. We don't have it here. Second last said, No, we'll leave in the afternoon. Jiang Shao frantically said, No, 2 bottles of Sprite. Just add it to the room fee. Let's settle the bill together. Jiang Shao put down the phone and turned to look at second last. Is it enough? Second last opened her eyes and looked at her good disciple. He's spending my money, and yet he's so generous. He even asked if it's enough. All right, at least he's considerate. After the 2 of them had their meal, Jiang Shao left the bait behind and drove away. Jiang Shao initially wanted to manipulate it. Since the bait that he summoned could transform into clothes, could it transform into other clothes too? Or a hat and a mask? However, Jiang Shao was overthinking. Perhaps it was because of the problem with the function of his star technique. The bait that he summoned was exactly the same as the real Jiang Shao. Second last asked the front desk to purchase a set of clothes in a bid to change Jiang Zhao's appearance. It was already late when she returned, so she decided to stay in the hotel for the night. The poor bait Jiang Shao had no choice but to sleep on the sofa. The bait Jiang Shao was really lifelike. Apart from the fact that he didn't have a star map, he was just like a living person. Besides, when the bait was sleeping, the real Jiang Shao felt that it was much quieter. Although he could largely block out the sense of connection between them, he couldn't completely block it. The next day, second last brought the disguised Jiang Shao to the special airport and flew to the northwest. There was no need to say goodbye because the bait Jiang Shao was also Jiang Shao. Second last barely got what she wanted, but in the end, she still left the capital with Jiang Shao. Of course, that was all for the next day. That afternoon, Jiang Shao drove back to Maple Forest Estate. As soon as he entered the house, he saw an unusually heartwarming scene. Xia Yin had probably not rested well for several days and was extremely exhausted due to the ups and downs in her emotions. After bathing and changing, she should have sat on the sofa to ask Han Jiangxue about the situation. However, she ended up falling asleep on little Jiangxue's lap. The lap pillow was indeed a good one. However, the problem was that while everyone else was lying on their backs, Xia Yin was kneeling with her arms and legs curled up. Han Jiangxue did not wake her up. Instead, she gently stroked Xia Yan's chestnut-colored hair. The scene was simply too heartwarming. If Jiang Shao hadn't lost his mobile phone, he would have definitely recorded the strange, sleeping posture of the husky. Chapter 431. The next morning, Jiang Shao rubbed his sleepy eyes, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw the husky staring at him affectionately. Jiang Shao woke up in shock. Who can stand it? When did she stand at my door? Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment. You didn't stand here all night, did you? Xia Yin did not retort like she usually did. Instead, she looked at Jiang Shao with complicated emotions in her beautiful eyes and said, I'll treat you very well in the future. Jiang Shao sighed deeply and patted Xia Yan's shoulder with one hand. When you go home during the university holidays, your mother will treat you the same way, but in less than a week, she'll start to get annoyed with you and ask you why you're staying at home every day and why you haven't started school yet. Xia Yin was dumbfounded. At this moment, Fong Xingyun, who was passing by in the living room, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard that. Jiang Xiao said, "Hurry up and wash up, then help teacher Fong cook. Get moving." Xia Yin pursed her lips and watched as Jiang Xiao walked past her, refusing to accept her kindness. She couldn't help but raise her leg and kick Jiang Xiao's butt. Jiang Xiao staggered and turned to look at Xia Yin. "Did you see that? You can't even hold on for a week. With just a few words, you've revealed your true colors." Xia Yin pointed at Jiang Xiao and yelled, "Shut up." Jiang Xiao said, "No, no, no." Xia Yin stomped her feet in anger and yelled, "Ah!" In the bedroom far away, Han Jiangxue watched the scene quietly with a warm smile on her cold face. She comforted Xia Yin for the entire night, but it didn't work. However, Jiang Xiao only used a few words to make Xia Yin return to her normal state. It was just as magical as restoring the factory settings. Han Jiangxue returned to the room and tidied up the bedroom neatly. Jiang Xiao was right. They did have to do something. Although they weren't living under someone else's roof, Teacher Fong was kind enough to take them in and give them some space to recuperate. Hence, the two of them couldn't take it for granted. Teacher Fong's culinary skills were very good. After the three of them reunited, the sky cleared up after the storm. They were in a good mood, so their appetites were whetted. The presence of the three little fellows made the house a lot warmer. Miss Fong was also in a good mood. She looked radiant as she quietly watched the three little fellows play. Her temperament was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were as gentle as water. She was worthy of being called a beauty. Sigh, thinking of her job and her strong personal strength, it was no wonder that she couldn't find a partner. After breakfast, when Jiang Xiao rushed to wash the dishes, Miss Fong had already changed into her clothes. She reminded Han Jiangxue not to wander around and said that she would bring the ingredients back at noon. She then headed to work with her bag. The three of them were left to look after the house. The three of them looked at each other and continued with their cleaning work. While washing the dishes, Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue, who was wiping the kitchen counter, and asked, "Do you think I'm competent enough to be a matchmaker?" Xia Yin, who was sweeping the floor in the living room, pricked up her ears and moved closer and closer to the kitchen. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xiao asked, "Do you think Miss Fong can take a liking to Hai Tianqing?" "Huh?" Xia Yan's voice sounded from outside the kitchen. Jiang Xiao glanced outside angrily. Xia Yan walked in and sat down on a chair. "Hai Tianqing is much younger than Miss Fong, isn't he?" Jiang Xiao, who was washing the dishes, clearly stiffened for a few seconds. At the same time, the decoy Jiang Xiao, who was boarding the plane, tugged at second last sleeve and asked softly, "How old is Hai Tianqing this year?" Second last said, "He was born in 1985. "Why?" The decoy Jiang Xiao said, "Nothing. I suddenly thought of asking. Why is he so much older than you? Aren't you teammates?" Second last glanced at Jiang Xiao coldly and did not respond. At the same time, Jiang Xiao, who was washing the dishes, said, "He's 31 years old this year." Xia Yin said, "Yeah, there's a difference of a few years." However, Jiang Xiao said, "It's fine as long as he's a good person. A woman who's 3 years older than her is destined to be rich." Xia Yin smacked her lips and said, "Well," Jiang Xiao said, "look at how he dresses like a groomsman every day. I reckon he's been wanting to be a groom for a long time." Han Jiangxue asked, "Teacher Hai probably isn't married, right?" The scene changed, and the decoy Jiang Xiao tugged at second last sleeve again. "Hai Tianqing isn't married, is he?" Second last fell silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "No, but he has someone he loves. However, that person has abandoned him and everyone else forever." Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and thought, "What does that mean?" Second last seems to be in a relationship with Hai Tianqing, the woman he loves deeply, and they're very close. Second last said, "That's it." Jiang Xiao, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen, remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "I don't think he's married." Han Jiangxue acutely sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Xiao. She asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Xiao hurriedly shook his head and said, It's nothing. I'll send Ms. Fong's WeChat to Hai Tianqing. Their temperaments are very compatible. They're both good-looking and talented. Xia Yin said meekly, I'm not belittling Teacher Hai, but I'm afraid he really isn't worthy of Ms. Fong. Jiang Xiao said, Hai Tianqing used to be a light chaser, but it seems that Hai Tianqing is at least at the peak of the galaxy stage. Even if he isn't, he should be in the late stage. No matter how strong Ms. Fong is, she can't be. Okay, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Can a galaxy stage and the galaxy stage be the same? In other words, could a platinum rank creature and a gold rank creature be the same in terms of strength? Jiang Xiao smiled and said, the most important thing for humans is sincerity. Look at me, a small fry in the nebula stage. Look at the two of you, the overlords of the galaxy. Aren't you still around me every day? Xia Yin said, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Jiang Xiao answered, congratulations on advancing to the galaxy stage. Don't just stand there and do nothing. Hurry up and sweep the floor. Xia Yin muttered, %yin hashtag at and yin hashtag at. Looking at Xia Yin, who was sweeping the floor sullenly, Jiang Xiao smiled and said, I heard from little Jiangxue last night that you've really achieved great results in the past 3 days. Xia Yin humphed and said, just don't give me any more surprises, you two. Jiang Xiao chuckled and asked, are you ready to absorb any star techniques? Xia Yin's train of thought was rather clear. She said, I'm going for the battle style, and I've already absorbed 3 star techniques, brass quality Shadow Blade and gold quality Shadow Blade Fury. They were awarded to me during the national competition. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and said, Shadow Blade is a throw-type star technique, isn't it? Shadow Blade Fury should be throwing a large number of Shadow Blades in all directions, right? They all seem to carry soul damage. Xia Yin nodded and said, yes, but the brass quality Shadow Blade only has a small probability of adding soul damage. However, the gold quality Shadow Blade Fury definitely carries soul damage. Jiang Xiao said, didn't you say that you've absorbed 3 star techniques? What's the third one? Xia Yan's expression turned sullen, and she seemed to have thought of something. She said, Platinum Quality Blade of Death. Slightly stunned, Jiang Xiao asked, you absorbed the champion star bead too? You even succeeded? Wow, you're so rich. The Star Technique Blade of Death was produced in the Cave of Death in Yanjiao Province. It was a star bead called the Ghost of Death. In terms of its preciousness, a simple example would be the Cave of Death, which was like the Inferno Tribunal in Beijing. The star beads, they were all at least platinum quality. Besides, just like the Inferno Tribunal, there were very few star beads that were opened. As the champion, the star bead awarded to Xia Yan by the competition was of the same grade as the one awarded to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue received the Troll Inferno Master Star Bead, while Xia Yan received the Ghost of Death Star Bead. In fact, Jiang Zhao's was not bad either. The White Mountain Mist Star Bead was also of platinum quality, but its functions overlapped with Jiang Zhao's star techniques. Hence, Jiang Xiao did not absorb it. As the most valuable student in the finals, Jiang Xiao also received the platinum quality Void Scourge Star Bead. There was no doubt that winning the National League Championship would be a qualitative leap in a team's strength. Not everyone could become the champion, and there were only 4 of them every year. The competition authorities and the Star Association were clearly putting in a lot of effort to nurture the students. All the star beads were extremely precious and not circulated in the market at all. Of course, I've already given you what you should. Whether you can absorb it or not will depend on your own abilities. Xia Yin glared at Jiang Xiao and said, what's the use of having money? You can't buy those star beads with money. I haven't been in a good state for the past few days, and I've been hating myself for being useless. In a moment of impulse, Jiang Xiao understood what Xia Yin meant, but he didn't know if he should blame her or feel touched. Hence, he changed the topic and said, don't think about it. You've already absorbed it. Isn't that great? Why don't you look happy? Xia Yin said, I felt a sense of clarity at that time, just like how Xue felt when she absorbed the Inferno Puppet Star Bead. At that time, Xue obtained 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. I felt the same way too, but I failed. Jiang Shao was infuriated. Is that even something a human would say? Jiang Shao couldn't help but complain. You want to have 2-star techniques in 1-star bead? Double platinum quality too? Are you dreaming? You're lucky to be able to absorb one. Why are you here with me? At the side, Han Jiangxue stared at Jiang Shao with a sullen gaze and interrupted him. You have no right to say that about her. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and said, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Chapter 432. Recovering 2 chapters a day, 17 points and 20 points. Adding chapters depended on the situation. He had been too tired from writing for nearly 10,000 chapters a day. Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan and asked, So, can you do 3 consecutive slashes now? Of course, Jiang Shao had seen Xia Yan's star bead before. The blade of desperation was not a blade made of star power. Instead, he covered his weapon with astral power and let his weapon carry him to the ends of the world. In other words, he would be able to travel quickly on the battlefield. The speed of a shuttle was extremely fast, and the user would be able to appear in front of the enemy in an instant within a certain range. Once the star technique was activated, it could be used up to 3 times. Of course, as the user, one could forcibly stop the last 2 shuttles, but the total amount of star power consumed would not change. After talking about the advantages, he moved on to the disadvantages. Firstly, rapid shuttling was not equivalent to teleportation. There was a fundamental difference between the two, be it in terms of speed or trajectory. Besides, it was a star technique that carried the user and not a star technique that acted on the user's body. Once the weapon was hit or destroyed in the process, the star technique would also dissipate. Secondly, the star technique consumed a lot of star power. Thirdly, the star technique consumed a lot of weapons. How much exactly did it consume? The first star technique of the Ghoul Star Bead was called Blade of Desperation, which was also a platinum quality star technique that could summon a blade out of thin air. It was a platinum quality weapon. Jiang Shao could infer how good it was based on its quality alone. The Blade of Desperation was considered the original version of the Blade of Desperation star technique. However, after the user activated the Blade of Desperation star technique and shuttled 3 times, the blade would shatter on the ground regardless of whether it touched the enemy or not. The shattering of the blade did not come from an external force, but from the internal star technique Blade of Desperation. In other words, the moment the user activated the Blade of Desperation and covered the blade with star power, the fate of the blade would be determined. Xia Yan nodded and said, Sure, but I have to leave a star slot for it to be equipped with a star technique that summons weapons. I'm rich and don't care if the weapon breaks, but I can't drag a carriage full of blades everywhere I go. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yan continued, I can't rely on Shueshua too much either. This incident is a good example. I've taken a liking to the Black Flame Mountain. What do you guys think? Han Jiangxue said, The prerequisite for using the Black Flame Star technique is to possess the Black Flame Star technique and have black flames on your body. Only then can you draw your weapon. The Black Flame Star technique will continue to burn your life and make you feel intense burning pain. The Dispel Purification Star technique can't get rid of it. Xia Yan said indifferently, I'm burning my life, but at the same time, it will also greatly increase my power. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, You already have the star technique, heavy damage. Every attack will have additional power. However, Xia Yan seemed to be certain about that type of star technique. She said, I use giant blades. If I can really turn star techniques into weapons in the future, my star map will also transform into a 2-handed heavy sword. That's what I'm doing. To me, there's never too much power. Han Jiangxue looked at the great Mang girl who was indomitable in terms of output and couldn't help but persuade her. You can also choose some defensive star techniques to increase your defensive abilities or increase other physical attributes other than strength. Jiang Shao snapped his fingers and said, There are many star techniques that can directly summon weapons and even have special effects. The Black Flame Star technique doesn't match your noble status. Xia Yin blinked in bewilderment and thought, why don't I know what my identity is? Even the gold quality black flame star technique isn't good enough for me, so I'm actually so honorable. Jiang Shao walked toward Xia Yin and placed his hand in front of her face before shaking it left and right. He then snapped his fingers twice and said, retract your attention and follow my train of thought. Xia Yin couldn't help but look at Jiang Zhao's fingers, only to discover that his hand had finally landed on her shoulder. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, call me Brother Xiaopi, and I'll give you a treasure. Xia Yin glared at Jiang Shao and said, dream on. Jiang Shao wasn't annoyed and instead chuckled. Platinum quality, heart of nature. Have you heard of it? It's resistant to all star techniques of nature. It's even of platinum quality. Can you imagine how effective it is? Xia Yin froze for a moment, and her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Full resistance? Jiang Shao frantically explained, that's not it. I mean star techniques of nature. Wind, fire, ice, thunder, earth, water. Anyway, it's all star techniques of nature. Gulp. Xia Yin swallowed her saliva, and her eyes glistened slightly. Jiang Shao pursed his lips. Hee, you don't have any faith, do you? I thought you were going to go all the way and learn to increase your power and output. Aren't you tempted after hearing that it's a good defensive star technique? Jiang Shao continued to tempt her. It's from the Snow Mountain domain of the Northwest Front, which is where I went on vacation. White Mountain Snow Feather Star Bead of platinum quality. You deserve it. Xia Yin listened to Jiang Zhao's explanation and realized that he didn't seem to be lying. Jiang Shao continued, it's a peerless one. At that time, the dimensional space of the Northwest Front was very active, so I was lucky enough to enter. Now that it's no longer active, not many people can enter the Snow Mountain domain anymore. The latter part of his sentence was true, but the first 3 words were false. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for second last to bring Jiang Shao into the Snow Mountain domain. To others, it might be a peerless one, but not to Jiang Shao. Xia Yin was a little hesitant and conflicted. Little Jiangxue has already absorbed the heart of nature. I still have more than 10 of them. I guarantee that you'll be able to absorb the heart of nature. All you need to do is say something and simply address it as a name, and you'll become an invincible god of war who's not afraid of fire or water. His words were the last straw that broke the camel's back for Xia Yin. Xia Yin lowered her head and blushed. She had always been cheerful and generous, but she's actually a little shy. Xia Yin stammered hesitantly, Xiaopi brother. Jiang Shao leaned his ear closer and said, what did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Xia Yin blushed, and she suddenly looked up and yelled, Brother Xiaopi. Jiang Shao grimaced and rubbed his ears while walking backwards. With a look of disdain, he said, you're not Xia Yin? Definitely not. The Xia Yin I know is unyielding and unyielding. She'll never bow down to anyone. Who's pretending to be you? I can't give you the star bead. Xia Yin was completely dumbfounded, and her face was filled with bewilderment. After being stunned for a few seconds, Xia Yin's face gradually turned sullen, and she clenched her fists tightly while her body trembled slightly. Clearly, she was trying her best to endure something. Seeing that something was amiss, Han Jiangxue hurriedly hugged Xia Yin. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them sat on the sofa in the living room. With a solemn expression, Xia Yin grabbed the Baishanxue star bead that Jiang Shao handed over to her, feeling extremely touched. No matter how much they quarreled verbally, in terms of actual behavior, his feelings for her were sincere, and he was never stingy. Humans were all reciprocal, just like how Xia Yin bought Jiang Shao star beads. Of course, the value was definitely not equal. From this perspective, Xia Yin's drop of water had been exchanged for a spring. Jiang Shao also found the 3 earth hibiscus star beads that Xia Yin bought for him from Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher. Holding the star bead in his hand, he turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, I've made up my mind. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, if it can give you an additional guarantee of safety, it'll be worth it. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and asked the same question to second last, and Han Jiangxue. Although the two of them chose to support Jiang Zhao's decision in the end, they gave different answers at the first moment. Maybe it's because Han Jiangxue has been thinking about it for a long time. However, Jiang Xiao continued, I've also decided to participate in this year's World Cup. I want to participate in the selection. Xia Yan suddenly yelled, Ah! Jiang Xiao got a great shock and asked, What are you yelling for? Are you looking down on me? Can't I participate? Huh? Xia Yan exuded a cold aura from her hands as she thumped her chest and stomped her feet. That gold-quality frost wind star technique. Jiang Xiao hurriedly comforted her. The wind series star technique is not bad too. Besides, it's not an ordinary one. It's of high quality and can not only blow people away, but it can also freeze enemies. Think about how Wu Haoyang repelled thousands of troops with a single slash in the arsenal. Your slash will be more powerful than his. You don't have to feel so uncomfortable. Xia Yin pursed her lips and had no choice but to accept the fact. Holding the star bead in her hand, she closed her eyes and said, Don't ice roar, don't ice roar. Jiang Xiao had a look of disdain on his face. He understood Xia Yan's feelings, but absorbing ice roar? She's probably thinking too much. Does Dozhan still want a pure rule star technique? Of course, it was not impossible. There are also examples of warriors possessing pure rule star techniques, but such situations were extremely rare. Due to the profession, to be exact, because of the star map, warriors were naturally more compatible with warrior star techniques. Rule star techniques were also more compatible with rule star techniques, be it absorption or usage. For example, Second Last absorbed Frost Wind and the Heart of Nature. Han Jiangxue absorbed Ice Roar and the Heart of Nature. This world had its own special rules. The star map was everything that determined the fate of a star warrior. Why was Xia Yin praying so much? It was because, from the perspective of the effects would definitely be worlds apart if Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue were to use Ice Roar of the same quality. Xia Yin said apologetically, This star bead is too precious. I can't wait to be the first to absorb the Heart of Nature. My heart aches so much when it breaks. Jiang Xiao was confident and said firmly, Don't think about it. Focus. If you succeed, you can take the star technique. If you fail, the star bead will be on me. Xia Yin closed her eyes and held onto the star bead. Xiaopi, Jiang Xiao asked, Huh? Xia Yin said, I drive a car that's worth 1,000,000 yuan and live in a villa that's worth tens of millions. Ever since I was young, I've always been very satisfied on the material level. It's you. For the first time, I feel like I'm being taken care of. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Chapter 433. Nonsense, Han Jiangxue said while glaring at Xia Yin. Xia Yin pouted, looking like she wanted to retort but dared not. She muttered softly, That's right. Xiaopi. Xiaopi? Huh? Han Jiangxue looked at the astonished look on Xia Yan's face and turned around, only to see that the one sitting on her left was also Xia Yan. Two Xia Yan? Dumbfounded, Han Jiangxue looked around and thought, Two Xia Yans? Earth Hibiscus Star Bead. Third Star Technique. Secondary Image. Activate the second face. Xia Yin stood up abruptly, leaned over, and grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar. Transform back. Look at how flat you look now. You're about the same as Shueshu. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Logically speaking, Xia Yan's figure was indeed sexy and alluring. This Xia Yin that Xia Yin was holding in her hand was still Jiang Zhao's, apart from having the same face. Star power circulated on Jiang Zhao's face, but it was more accurate to say that his entire head was covered in star power. His short, curly chestnut-colored hair had evolved from a buzz cut that was almost exactly the same as Xia Yan's head. Jiang Xiao hurriedly changed his appearance. 2 seconds later, Xia Yin shrieked and threw Jiang Xiao onto the sofa before retreating frantically. Han Jiangxue had a peculiar expression on her face and was really caught between laughter and tears. It was because Jiang Xiao had transformed into Li Wei's appearance. What the hell is this? Xia Yin yelled as she sat at the furthest end of the sofa. Oh. Jiang Xiao finally put away the secondary image star technique and thought to himself, it's not a second face. There are many faces that I can change into at will. Hence, the 2 in the introduction of the star technique was not a quantifier, but another face for the user. Although Jiang Xiao had transformed back, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin remained silent, and there was a strange silence in the room. It seemed that no one knew what to say. Jiang Xiao broke the silence in a timely manner and said, "You really have to change your head. You can't even change your body. If I were to change my appearance to that of a baby, wouldn't I be the legendary giant baby?" Jiang Xiao held onto the star bead and carefully studied it again through the internal star map. Earth Hibiscus Star Bead Gold Quality Star Techniques 1. Earthlight. When the star map vibrates violently, it will always be accompanied by intense light. Condensed star power. Vibrate and change the original appearance of the star map. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques might cause a riot of star power. Star power will be continuously consumed when it is activated. Silver quality, upgradable too. Star concealment. Conceals the fluctuations of star power in the body. If other star techniques are used during the activation of this star technique, it may cause a riot of star power. Star power will be continuously consumed when it is activated. Silver quality, upgradable 3. Secondary minister, second face. Star power will be continuously consumed when it is activated. Silver quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Jiang Xiao used star concealment, and all of a sudden, the slowly surging nebula in his body seemed to have stopped. At this moment, he no longer absorbed any star power from the outside world and seemed to have become a completely ordinary person. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao curiously, not understanding what he was doing again. Clearly, star concealment had a very special function. Normally, a star warrior would want star techniques that were related to output and defense. Even the auxiliary-type star warriors would rarely detect the fluctuations of star power in a place. Perhaps, only the professionals in some state agencies would have a need for such star techniques. For example, the star warrior police officers who apprehend criminals and patrol officers, or the star warrior soldiers stationed at the borders. High-level bodyguards or something like that. Anyway, given Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's current status as students, star concealment would not be of much use to them. Why? If the 3 of them were strangers, it would be difficult for them to tell if Jiang Xiao was a star warrior, regardless of whether he used star concealment or not. Of course, that was only from the perspective of star power fluctuations. If one were to look at it intuitively, they would still be able to distinguish star warriors. After all, star warriors had extremely high requirements for their physique, so they would all have good figures. Besides, they would have a temperament that they had developed on the battlefield over the years. Hence, it was easy to distinguish them. It was just like how ordinary people in ordinary society would distinguish between soldiers. Even if a real soldier were to go back to his hometown to visit his relatives in casual clothes, he would still be able to tell them apart when they walked past him. Of course, Jiang Xiao couldn't be so short-sighted. It might not be useful in civilized society, but Jiang Xiao wouldn't be someone who would only hang around in civilized society in the future. What else could he not encounter when he was at the borders of the country with Second Last? If there were really special missions, such as going abroad to kidnap a criminal or collect information, star concealment would definitely be a useful functional star technique. Jiang Xiao lit up a star map, and Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Even though she had already mentally prepared herself, her heart still trembled when she saw Jiang Zhao's dazzling gold and platinum body. This is my little, Jiang Xiao. 7 star slots. 16 star techniques. 3 silver quality, 4 gold quality, 9 platinum quality. Platinum quality should be considered the highest level of star technique that a star warrior could come in contact with. Normally, a star warrior would be extremely lucky to have a platinum quality star technique, right? A platinum quality star technique could almost create a powerhouse who could take charge of an area. There were a total of 9 platinum quality star techniques in Jiang Zhao's small star map. That was because Jiang Xiao was in a bad mental state after his training in the snowfield. Hence, he decided to go home early. As long as Jiang Xiao wanted to, he could upgrade Bell, Nostalgia, Dawn, and Imprint to platinum quality too. He's going to become a god. If he were to throw it out, it would dominate the trending topics on Weibo, CCTV News, and World News. All the celebrities who cheated on me today and cheated on me tomorrow will have to make way for me. God pie. That's the only piece of news in the world today. The toxic healer is dressed in platinum quality and may be the spokesperson for Zhou Dafu jewelry. Little poison healer, who is dressed in platinum armor, will fight against Happy Farm Destroyer, who is fully equipped with colorful diamond equipment. Han Jiangxue crossed her arms in front of her chest and twisted her slender fingers together nervously. The 3 silver quality star slots, which were incompatible with the quality of the star slots in the star map, slowly turned into gold quality star slots. Clearly, Jiang Xiao had absorbed the second Earth Hibiscus star bead. Due to the fact that the Earth Hibiscus star bead was of gold quality and the 3-star techniques were of silver quality, the 3-star techniques were upgraded by 1 level at the same time. Now, they were 9 platinum quality and 7 gold quality. Jiang Zhao's body suddenly lit up with a dazzling ray of light. That was the effect of his first star technique, Earthlight. Han Jiangxue couldn't help but reach out to cover her eyes. Through the gaps between her slender fingers, she saw an extremely strange scene. Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map trembled violently, as if it was about to shatter and regroup. Next, the 7 gold quality and platinum quality star slots all lost their high-quality luster and became pitiful brass quality. Even the 8th and 9th star slots that had yet to be used had become brass quality star slots. Are you afraid of the toxic healer who's dressed in brass quality? Jiang Xiao had been reading the information in the internal star map. After the 3 silver quality star techniques were upgraded, there were some changes in the introduction of the star techniques. When the first star technique, Earthlight, and the second star technique, Star Concealment, were of silver quality, there was a sentence in them. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques may cause star power insurrection. Now, the insurrection had become disorder. Clearly, the negative effects had been reduced by an entire level. Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. Does that mean that I can use other star techniques whenever I activate 1 or 2 of them in the future? Star power disorder is much lighter than star power insurrection. When these 2 star techniques are upgraded to platinum quality in the future, will the word disorder be removed? Will Jiang Xiao be able to use any star technique without any worries while in disguise? Compared to the silver quality secondary image, there were also some subtle changes. It changed from second face to second appearance. The change in those few words caused the entire star technique to undergo an earth-shattering change. Yay! At the side, Xia Yin, who was immersed in her own world, waved her hand forcefully with a smile on her face. Before anyone else could ask, she lit up her star map. A 2-handed sword with 28 star slots. 3 brass quality, 5 silver quality, 3 gold quality, 2 platinum quality. Xia Yin jumped up from the sofa happily and exclaimed, "Heart of nature! Haha, heart of nature!" She looked like a husky that was rolling around in joy. Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yin, and the star map on his body vibrated, emitting a dazzling ray of light. That finally attracted Xia Yan's attention, and she hurriedly covered her eyes with one hand. Jiang Zhao's face, and even his body, were changing cleverly under the cover of star power. The dazzling light gradually dissipated, and when Xia Yin put down her palm and looked at Jiang Xiao, she realized that she was looking at an almost perfect Xia Yin. Their faces were almost identical, and their figures were exactly the same. A 2-handed sword with 28 star slots. 3 brass quality, 5 silver quality, 3 gold quality, 2 platinum quality. Sun walked over and pulled the real Xia Yin up from the sofa. The 2 of them stood side by side. Jiang Xiao said, "There's a difference." Han Jiangxue clenched her fists and pressed them against her lips while observing them carefully. From top to bottom, from left to right, from appearance to expression, to the two-handed sword star map, and even to the color of the star slots on the star map. Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She said, "She's 3 centimeters taller than you." Jiang Shao nodded. His body was completely disguised, but he couldn't disguise his height. In other words, Jiang Shao still couldn't become a real baby and could only be a giant one. Han Jiangxue thought about it again and said, voice line. Jiang Shao nodded again. His voice was still his own, and he couldn't imitate anyone else's. Han Jiangxue stood up and walked around the 2 xia yin before saying, "In terms of body proportion, her upper body is shorter." Jiang Shao tried his best to transform so that his body proportion was closer to Xia Yan's. "It's too similar, really too similar." Han Jiangxue walked to the front of the 2 of them and said to Jiang Shao, "Your gaze, be more blurry. Don't be so clear." Xia Yan was pressing her hand on Jiang Zhao's chest curiously. Upon hearing her words, she turned to look at Han Jiangxue with a bewildered expression. However, Jiang Shao said, "Don't worry, I'll only use earthly light in the future. The Star Concealment Society will rarely use it. Unless it's really necessary, I won't use it either. On one hand, it'll reduce your troubles. On the other hand, the less I use it, the lower the risk of being suspected and discovered. Good steel should be used where it's needed most." While speaking, Jiang Shao tilted his head like Xia Yan did, his face full of bewilderment. "Oh my God!" Han Jiangxue murmured softly while holding her forehead with one hand and sitting down on the sofa. She didn't even dare to look at Jiang Shao again. This is too lifelike. Chapter 434. Teacher Fong came back at noon, and she wasn't alone. She brought a group of people back. According to Teacher Fong's introduction, they were the representatives of the Victor's Legion and the Wasteland Reclaimers who had come to understand the situation. Long before Teacher Fong introduced them, Jiang Shao and the others had already recognized one of them. Wasteland Reclaimer, Qin Wangchuan. Didn't he work in the Northeast region? What was he doing in the Imperial capital? While feeling bewildered, Jiang Shao and the rest were also filled with gratitude towards Teacher Fong. Obviously, this kind of understanding of the situation should have been done in some other quiet place, or even in the other party's unit or military camp. However, Teacher Fong had invited them to his home. The house was Teacher Fong's personal residence, and it was quiet enough to save Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue the trouble of traveling. On the other hand, Teacher Fong's house wasn't like a military camp. It wasn't the enemy's home ground, so Teacher Fong could take care of the siblings to a certain extent. For officers, 2 groups of people. The siblings were interrogated alone. Of course, they had already prepared their words beforehand, so there wouldn't be any accidents. Jiang Shao went to the balcony with the Victor's Legion, while Han Jiangxue went to the study with the Wasteland Reclaimers. After carefully inquiring about what had happened, the soldiers extended an olive branch to Jiang Shao, which was something that Jiang Shao had never expected. They provided Jiang Shao with very good treatment, hoping that Jiang Shao would consider joining the Victor's Legion. Such words should have been said in the 4th year when the school organized recruitment, right? The generous treatment proposed by the Victor's Legion also made Jiang Shao dumbfounded. It was almost no different from a special recruitment. There was no written examination or practical assessment. If they wanted to come, they only needed to go through a symbolic interview and background check. After that, they could directly take up a post. All the procedures were completed, and they were no different from regular soldiers. Jiang Shao didn't have to start as an apprentice and directly accepted the position of vice captain of the Victor's return team. In theory, he would be promoted after serving for a few years. In fact, as long as he didn't make any major mistakes, Jiang Shao would be promoted very quickly. What followed was an increase in salary, star beads, and other benefits. The flatbread gave Jiang Shao a shock. "I'm still a child," Jiang Shao thought about it, and felt that it was no different from a civil servant. An iron rice bowl? Jiang Shao thanked him profusely and told him that he would definitely consider it after he graduated. What was there to consider? If Jiang Shao were to be held back by the victor's legion, second last would definitely fly into a rage. After an hour of meeting, the two of them exchanged places. When they brushed past each other in the living room, Jiang Shao could clearly sense the sullen expression on Han Jianshue's face. Was it because of Qin Wangchuan? This guy, why did he chase me here? Today, I'd like to meet this sea of people. As soon as Jiang Shao entered the room, he saw Qin Wangchuan's bright eyes. He had a clean buzz cut and a clean face. Although his appearance was ordinary, the way he stood in front of the bookshelf with his head held high and chest puffed out, his imposing appearance really made people secretly praise him. This attitude, this temperament, this was the standard height of 188 meters. You should go abroad for a military parade. You should carry the flag for your country. You're here, Xiaopi. Qin Wangchuan gestured to the chair in front of the desk and said, "Sit." "Ah, nice to meet you, Brother Qin." Jiang Shao knew the seriousness of this meeting, so he quickly sat down on the chair without any cheeky smiles. Behind the desk sat a man in his mid-40s. His hair was parted, and he had a stern expression on his face. He was looking at Jiang Shao with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly difficult to get along with. Qin Wangchuan introduced Commanding Officer Mu Yun. Jiang Shao thought that he was still an apprentice for the time being and was not qualified to be a soldier. Hence, he decided not to follow their procedures and salute. If he were to be criticized again, he would be in deep trouble. Logically speaking, although Jiang Shao had stood in many military postures, he had never learned how to salute properly. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Hello, Commanding Officer." Commanding Officer Mu Yun nodded and went straight to the point. "Tell me about what happened at that time. Start from the second time you entered Judge Yan. Try to be as detailed as possible." Jiang Shao was extremely familiar with the process and hence, he spoke without hesitation. After all, he had already reported this to so many people countless times. After a detailed explanation, Jiang Shao answered a few questions raised by the commanding officer. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. While Commanding Officer Mu Yun sipped her tea, Qin Wangchuan finally appeared. He chuckled and said, "Do you know why I was transferred from the Northern Wasteland Reclaimers to the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers?" Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He was rather familiar with this routine. Second last had also been transferred from the Northern Guardian of the Night to the Northwestern Guardian of the Night due to certain reasons. Qin Wangchuan looked at Jiang Shao quietly with his bright eyes and said, "We're very interested in you." "Wangchuan, I'm not your autumn water. Even if you get my body, you won't be able to get my heart." Qin Wangchuan smiled and said, "I can now give you a clear answer to the question you asked in the principal's office of the high school previously. Whether it will work at home as an apprentice for 2 jobs remains to be seen, but it will definitely work in the capital." Jiang Shao blinked in bewilderment and thought, what does he mean? Does the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers think so highly of me? Judging from what Qin Wangchuan said, I reckon that the higher-ups of the Wasteland Reclaimers must have rejected the idea of me working as an apprentice for 2 jobs at home. However, the big shots of the Capital Wasteland Reclaimers actually agreed to it? What's going on? Qin Wangchuan continued. The Capital Wasteland Reclaimers and the Capital Star Warriors University have always had a very close cooperative relationship. The incident with the Yin Tribunal a few days ago had a huge impact on the entire nation. The Capital Star Warriors University is a treasure trove of talents for the nation, so we should pay more attention to it. Jiang Shao remained silent and continued to listen quietly. Qin Wangchuan continued. As a special team, the Wasteland Reclaimers deal with a single project. The Victor's Legion has always been on duty around the Capital Star Warriors University. Hence, when there's a dangerous situation here, they can rush over immediately. However, the Wasteland Reclaimers are a little slower. The higher-ups have always attached great importance to this place. If it were the previous dozen or so small battles, it wouldn't matter if the Black Rock Mountain or the Fire Source Mountain range were activated. Instead, it could train the student's ability to deal with crises. However, the appearance of the Yin Tribunal, which was beyond the scope of the teachers and students, changed everything. If the Wasteland Reclaimers could destroy the holy ground immediately, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. Jiang Xiao nodded. Qin Wanchuan was right. Due to the professionalism and uniqueness of the Wasteland Reclaimers, their combat power was a few levels higher than that of ordinary armies. If the Wasteland Reclaimers could arrive at the scene earlier on September 23rd, the situation would be much better. In the entire country, only the Guardians of the Night could be as famous as the Wasteland Reclaimers. One of the two teams was conquering, while the other was defending. In terms of combat power alone, the Wasteland Reclaimers might be better than the Guardians of the Night. After all, there were specializations in every industry. Qin Wanchuan continued. The Wasteland Reclaimers are going to set up a sentry post in the capital Star Warriors University. From now on, there will be a few Wasteland Reclaimers who will take turns to be on duty here. At the same time, the team hopes that the Wasteland Reclaimers who are on duty here can nurture a few Wasteland Reclaimer apprentices so that they can work together with the school to nurture outstanding Wasteland Reclaimers. Instead of waiting for you to graduate and volunteer to join the army, we can also expand the channels for us to recruit talents. This is an experiment. The first batch of 3 Wasteland Reclaimer apprentices will be recruited. They will enjoy the education of both the school and the Wasteland Reclaimers. If there are no major accidents, they will become official Wasteland Reclaimers after graduation. If the results are good, it will be promoted to all the colleges and universities in the country. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought to himself, that sounds nice, but they're blatantly trying to snatch me away. Qin Wanchuan had also mentioned just now that the channel for the Wasteland Reclaimers to recruit talents was to recruit the most outstanding students from the military academy. Those students went to the military academy and signed a contract before entering the school. They will be joining the army in the future. However, it was different for other universities in society. The Capital Star Warriors University was a typical example. After graduation, there would be a certain proportion of students who would volunteer to join the army. However, one had to be clear that there were many different types of soldiers in China. Not everyone would have the ability, willingness, or even the means to join the Wasteland Reclaimers if they were willing. Great! A fairy has descended from the heavens. Didn't you say that you couldn't find a way? I'll set up a recruitment site at the entrance of your school. I'll start recruiting people from the moment I enrolled in year 1. I'll trick the students with the most potential into joining the Wasteland Reclaimers after grooming them for 4 years. Although recruiting from the military academy and selecting the king of soldiers from the various troops would ensure the combat effectiveness of the Wasteland Reclaimers, the recruitment channel was indeed a little too simple. Besides, the other teams were suffering too. You'll be able to take away the good ones that you've groomed and take away the good ones that you've groomed. Who can stand that? Jiang Xiao never expected that the 923 incident that he had personally experienced would actually cause a military policy reform. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt like he was witnessing history. Qin Wanchuan looked at Jiang Xiao and extended an invitation solemnly. If you want, you can become the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers in the country. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth and only wanted to ask, since I'm the first batch, I don't have to go through the lottery, right? With a solemn expression, Qin Wanchuan said, this is a new experiment that needs to be explored by teachers and students. If your parents know that you've made such a contribution to the Wasteland Reclaimers, they will definitely be very pleased. Wow, you bastard. Don't try that on me. Jiang Xiao was displeased and said, my vacation has already been booked by the Guardians of the Night and the Light Chasing team. My time is limited, and I might not be a full-time Wasteland Reclaimer after graduation. Have you considered that? Ahem. Officer Mu Yun, who was sitting behind the desk, did not cough on purpose. He had really choked on his tea when he heard Jiang Zhao's words. Qin Wanchuan said, your parents are also members of society and not full-time Wasteland Reclaimers. These are not important. What's important is your future choice. Jiang Xiao asked, Qin Wanchuan said, the reason it's called a future choice is that you have to make a decision in 3 or 4 years. By then, you can clearly compare the difference between Guardians of the Night and Wasteland Reclaimers. By then, you can go wherever you want and stay wherever you want. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows. Qin Wanchuan said confidently, We'll make a decision 4 years later based on our own abilities. Huh? Are you very confident? Are you trying to play teammate bonding with me? Do you think you could tie me down in 4 years? Wang Chuan naive, inexperienced. Do you think I, Jiang Xiao, can be tied down? I'm someone who wants to conquer the universe. Jiang Xiao was just puzzled and wondered, why does this guy think so highly of me? Why did he compromise? What's so good about me? Or could it be that this is no longer my personal problem, but a small competition between the wasteland reclaimers and the guardians of the night? Looking at Jiang Zhao's bewildered expression, Qin Wangchuan sighed. In fact, Jiang Xiao was thinking too much. The reason why they valued Jiang Xiao so much, it was because Han Jiangxue did not agree and merely said that she would consider it. Hence, if Jiang Xiao joined the team, the chances of Han Jiangxue joining the team would be greatly increased. Chapter 435. I'll take a break for a few days and not update. I'll try my best to write as many words as I can. I hope everyone has a good time watching. There's another show at 8 p.m. The Wasteland Reclaimers and Victor's Legion left. Among them, Qin Wangchuan secretly left his contact information for the siblings. Qin Wangchuan repeatedly reminded them not to have any psychological burden whether they chose to join the Wasteland Reclaimers or not. He also made it clear that since he had been transferred to the Wasteland Reclaimers in the capital, the siblings could call him no matter what difficulties they encountered in their studies and lives in the future. Once again, Jiang Xiao received protection from his parents whom he had never met. Before this, Qin Wangchuan had made it very clear that when he joined the Wasteland Reclaimers, he had been taken care of by the Han couple many times. Now that the Han couple was gone, Qin Wangchuan wanted to do his best to help the Han family. The soldiers from both sides had left, and Teacher Fong, she hurriedly prepared the meal, touched up her makeup, and left with her bag. Seeing how hurried she was, Jiang Xiao guessed that she might have gone on a blind date again. Of course, that was her personal matter and had nothing to do with Jiang Xiao and the rest. More importantly, in order to help the siblings, the teacher not only changed the meeting place of the soldiers to her home, but also stayed with them until the end of the meeting. Not only that, but she also left the house after cooking. She would probably be very late for the date. Teacher Fong's culinary skills were very good. He stir-fried cauliflower, stir-fried mushroom slices, and mixed cold dishes for the three little guys. He even specially made a dish of di-san-xian for the three little guys in order to cater to their tastes. The rice had not been cooked, and the 4 dishes had just been placed on the table when she rushed out. That made the trio feel even more guilty. Even Han Jiangxue told Jiang Xiao that if Teacher Fong's date was ruined because he was late, Jiang Xiao could try to be a matchmaker and contact Hai Tianqing. At this time, the 3 little fellows were sitting in the kitchen, waiting for the rice in the rice cooker to cook while praying for Teacher Fong to go on a blind date. With the blessing of the Beijiang poisonous milk, was there a need to ask if Teacher Fong would succeed this time? Anyway, Jiang Xiao didn't have much hope at all. He simply asked Xia Yin for her mobile phone and began to contact Hai Tianqing. Xia Yin sat at the dining table and stared at the rice cooker that was emitting white steam. She rested her chin on one hand and asked, "Are you two all right? They asked you about Judge Yin?" Han Jiangxue had been in a daze all this while. After hearing his words, she snapped back to her senses and thought about it before saying, "Both parties have extended an olive branch to me, hoping that I can join their team." Xia Yin blinked and asked, "Huh? But you're still a student. You still have to attend classes and participate in the World Cup qualifiers. Where would you find the time to go on duty with them?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "The Victor's Legion hopes that I'll consider joining their team after I graduate, but the Wasteland Reclaimers, well, they're more sincere." Xia Yin asked, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue sighed and said, "The Wasteland Reclaimers have to set up sentry posts in the school to deal with incidents similar to the 923 incident. On the other hand, these on-duty soldiers are required to take apprentices with them. So, the Wasteland Reclaimers want me to be their apprentice." Xia Yin exclaimed, "Wow, what a good plan." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao, who was sending a WeChat message, and asked, "Jiang Xiao, did you receive the invitation too?" Xia Yin muttered in displeasure. Jiang Shao? They even skipped the job? That's enough. Yeah, Jiang Shao answered casually. Han Jiangxue asked, what do you think? Jiang Shao shook his head and said, it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what you think. Han Jiangxue said, okay. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at Han Jiangxue before asking, do you want to join the army? Or rather, what's your life plan? What field do you want to get involved in after graduation? Join the army? Teach? Or do you want to continue to develop in your studies? Or do you want more freedom and not work? With Han Jiangxue's current abilities, it would be more than enough for her to support herself even if she didn't work. Just selling star beads and going to any dimensional space would be enough for her to live an affluent life. Of course, since she was so powerful and had so much potential, it would be difficult for her to live an unrestrained and carefree life. To their surprise, Han Jiangxue, who had a clear goal, actually hesitated this time. I don't know. Her words did not fit Han Jiangxue's character at all. Both Jiang Shao and Xia Yin were stunned. Han Jiangxue was a little hesitant and revealed her inner thoughts. Our profession is special, and the unique training method makes us people with strong goals. During high school, I had short-term goals such as the Provincial League, the Second Reclamation, and the National League. They made my life very fulfilling, and I'm very clear about what I want. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, okay. Han Jiangxue continued, after that, it's the college entrance examination, which has been my goal throughout my high school career. I hope that mom and dad can see my hard work and success. With your help, I also won the national championship and finally got into the Capital Star Warriors University. Xia Yin finally turned her gaze away from the rice cooker and looked at Han Jiangxue, who had a solemn expression on her face. Han Jiangxue sighed and said, I've always been fighting for the first place and wanted to get better results. I also fantasized about getting into the best university in the country, hoping to make mom and dad happy. We did it, but what happens after that? For the first time, Jiang Shao saw confusion on Han Jiangxue's face. Yeah, what happens after that? Am I being pushed by time? For example, Han Jiangxue's participation in the World Cup was a typical example of being pushed by external forces. In her life goal, she had never thought of participating in the World Cup. It was Principal Yang's encouragement and Song Chunqi's request that allowed Han Jiangxue to find a new direction to work towards. Han Jiangxue said, I'm not as far-sighted as you guys think. The Capital Star Warriors University has always been my ultimate goal, and I've already achieved it. I haven't thought about where I should go after graduation. Jiang Shao comforted her softly. Don't worry, give yourself some time. You have 4 years to think about your future path. The university period is supposed to make you more mature and independent. When you're in your 3rd or 4th year, maybe you'll know what you want to do. So what if you don't know? Why do you have to force yourself? Han Jiangxue suddenly interrupted Jiang Shao and said, maybe, deep down, I want to be a wasteland reclaimer and walk the path that they've walked before. Jiang Shao stopped abruptly. Han Jiangxue's gaze was still filled with confusion. She looked at Jiang Shao and said, maybe I should seize this rare opportunity. The wasteland reclaimers can satisfy our requirements for star beads and also train our comprehensive qualities. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said softly, when Qin Wangchuan said that, I realized that I didn't find a new goal. Instead, it seems to be what I've been longing for. Xia Yin asked curiously, follow an uncle in Annie's footsteps? A son inheriting his father's business? Han Jiangxue forced a smile and said, or maybe I just want to go to the Dragon Cave to take a look. Huh? Xia Yin said anxiously, I've asked Xia Shanhai about that place countless times. It's extremely dangerous, and even the wasteland reclaimers and guardians of the night can't enter and exit as they please. If you want to go in, strength is no longer your biggest requirement. You have to get approval from someone of a relatively high level. Those people are not in the same world as us, and we might not be able to come into contact with them in this lifetime. Beep, beep, beep. The rice was already cooked. Jiang Shao stood up and walked toward the rice cooker. While scooping the rice, he said, do you still remember how you encouraged me back then? Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, huh? Jiang Shao smiled and said, when I just realized my mistake and turned over a new leaf, you didn't tell me to make your parents proud. You only told me you have to work hard to become stronger. One day, you'll go to the dragon cave to take a look and give them an explanation. Han Jiangxue said, okay. Jiang Shao walked back with a few bowls of rice and said, I don't want to turn you into a bad person. When you said that, you definitely didn't mean to impose any requirements on me. I didn't show all my potential at that time, and you just thought that I was a small fry with 9-star slots. So, you knew that all of this would never happen. You just wanted to encourage me to continue walking on the right path and maintain a desire to improve. But Jiang Shao changed the topic and said, this also proves that you have high expectations for yourself. That's your ultimate goal. Don't be confused anymore. Jiang Shao handed a bowl of rice to Han Jiangxue and said, KX1100001. This number is mine. Han Jiangxue looked up at Jiang Shao, who was smiling and understood what he meant. It was not just a simple number. It should be the identity number of the first batch of wasteland reclaimers in the experimental sites across the country. It meant that Jiang Shao wanted to join the wasteland reclaimers with her, and it also meant that Jiang Shao supported her decision. In fact, he had already made his choice in advance when she was still confused and before she made her decision. Han Jiangxue felt conflicted and she asked softly, have you already chosen to join? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, no, I just told Qin Wangchuan to keep the number for me. I'll go back and see what little Jiangxue's choice is. If I join, number 1 has to be me. Do you know what he did? He almost got a pen and paper to write the number on and hang it around his neck. Han Jiangxue was extremely touched. You, Jiang Shao smiled and patted Han Jiangxue's head. Let's work hard together. Let's go and take a look at the places that Mom and Dad have been to. Xiaoyan suddenly asked, who's number 0? Jiang Shao suddenly froze in shock, and the heartwarming scene was immediately broken. What the heck? I got the wrong number? Yeah, where's number 0? Xiaoyan grabbed a bowl of rice from the table and said, number 0 is mine then. Jiang Zhao's face turned sullen and he thought, I was too careless. No, the wasteland reclaimers are not allowed to have number 0. Even if there is, I have to make it disappear. Xiaoyan? He go. The number 2. I've decided on you. Jiang Shao glared at Xiaoyan fiercely while she glared back at him. She then took another mouthful of rice. She was clearly chewing on rice, but it was as if she was chewing on Jiang Zhao's flesh. Han Jiangxue was touched, but she didn't know what to say. You two, you don't have to. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's star map lit up. All of a sudden, it was dazzling. Jiang Shao looked at the two of them who were dumbfounded and said, don't think about it. There's a strict selection ceremony for the wasteland reclaimers. Although we've already decided on it, we still have to go through the process. I'll try not to light up the star map, but if we have to be prepared in advance. Xiaoyan picked up a piece of mushroom and placed it in her mouth. She asked in a muffled voice, what are you hiding? What can you hide? Jiang Shao said, decoy, resentment, earthly light, star concealment, vice, and disaster shadow. Jiang Shao turned the first star slot into a silver color and said, blessing. The second star slot turned into a golden color. Green glow. The third star slot turned golden. Endurance. Jiang Shao specially explained. Hai Tianqing knows that my green glow is gold. I've also told him that this golden white ghoul star bead was obtained by my parents from the upper dimension. Han Jiangxue was speechless. The fourth star slot was silver. Bell imprint. The fifth star slot was silver. Nostalgia dawn. The sixth star slot was silver. Countercurrent light. The seventh star slot was gold. Sound of silence. The eighth star slot was platinum. Space-time gap. Xiaoyan asked, are you going to use 2 star techniques in 1 star slot? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, little Jiangxue's star map is white flames, which is compatible with Rules Awakened. Your star map is a double-handed heavy sword, which is compatible with Combat Awakened. My star map is a strange spoon, which is compatible with Auxiliary Awakened. Xiaoyan pursed her lips and said, You've absorbed so many good things in 9-star slots. You even have 2-star techniques in 1-star slot. However, Jiang Shao answered, the lowest qualification in the world is 15-star slots, and I only have 9. God took away my star slots, but gave me a special star map that makes me especially compatible with auxiliary star techniques. It also allows me to have a better understanding of auxiliary star techniques and allow me to use them with greater ease. As long as I don't expose the 2 core issues, I can upgrade my star slot and absorb star techniques from humans. Everything else doesn't matter. Besides, my star slots are almost full, and I've reached the upper limit. That's the truth. Han Jiangxue said, make it quick then. Green glow and endurance are together too. After all, you'll have to absorb other star techniques in the future, and you'll have to find a place to use them. Jiang Shao was speechless. Wow, that's impressive. Is little Jiangxue that reckless? Jiang Shao thought about it and said, we'll see. Let's see how it goes. Of course. With Qin Wangchuan around, and we're specially recruited, I might not have to light it up for the time being. That's just a precaution. After all, I've already made up my mind to participate in the World Cup. During the World Cup selection, I'll definitely light up my star map. Now that I've sorted everything out, I'll also use this star map for the World Cup selection. Han Jiangxue said, okay, I got it. Xia Yin ate the mushrooms and said in a muffled voice, okay. Chapter 436. The 3 of them stayed quietly in Teacher Fang's house for 3 days before finally returning to school. Jiang Shao received warm applause and cheers from the entire school during his first class. Well, of course, the entire school referred to the auxiliary school. Hence, there were only about 30 people. Han Jiangxue's class schedule was different from Jiang Zhao's, but he believed that she should have been warmly welcomed too. Jiang Shao and the others once again plunged into the arduous schoolwork of Year 1. Compared to the sprinting life in Year 3, it was even worse. Due to the fact that Principal Yang had already informed Zhou Xinghe about what Jiang Shao and the others had experienced, Zhou Xinghe did not skip classes for Jiang Shao in the past few days. Zhou Xinghe even talked to Jiang Shao alone and tried to understand his inner thoughts. He comforted and encouraged him and also expressed his kindness, hoping that Jiang Shao could go to the office to look for him if he encountered any difficulties and solve the problem together. Jiang Shao felt that the world was full of kindness. Perhaps, Zhou Xinghe was also full of praise for Jiang Zhao's heroic behavior. The boring study life was carried out in an orderly manner. Due to the impact of the 923 incident, the Capital Star Warriors University made some adjustments to the learning plans of the Year 1 students during this special period. They did not organize training at night, and the extracurricular practical classes that were originally held on Thursdays and Fridays were temporarily put on hold. Instead, they became cultural classes. The students had their own understanding of such adjustments and did not react too much to it. However, something happened recently that caused a stir in the Capital Star Warriors University. The Wasteland Reclaimers were stationed in the Capital Star Warriors University. The duty station was set up in the administrative building on the west side of the school's central square, where the teachers worked. Due to the fact that the various facilities of the Capital Star Warriors University were very well built, there were also many empty offices in the administrative building. The Wasteland Reclaimers moved directly into the westernmost room on the first floor of the administrative building in Block A. At the same time, a special policy was also publicized on campus. The stationed Wasteland Reclaimers would select 12 Wasteland Reclaimers apprentices in the school, and all students could sign up for it. There was no coercion, and everything was voluntary. The graduation conditions were also very simple. When the Wasteland Reclaimers teacher felt that they could graduate, they could directly become an official Wasteland Reclaimer. At the same time, if you become a Wasteland Reclamation apprentice, the Wasteland Reclamation Army and the school will jointly teach. If there is a conflict between the Wasteland Reclamation Army's teaching and the school's teaching, both parties will negotiate to resolve it. In other words, The Wasteland Reclaimers apprentices might not need to participate in the practical classes and cultural classes organized by the school. But at the same time, do not think that you can slack off, because the Wasteland Reclaimers lessons might be riskier and more exhausting. But at the same time, your gains will be greater. Realistically speaking, you'll get more resources. It was worth mentioning that because the recruitment requirement was for all students in the school, there might be fourth-year students selected. Therefore, even if you graduated from university and your teacher didn't think that you had the qualifications to graduate, you would still have to come to school every day and work together with the other apprentices. Of course, there are also advantages to this. If other apprentices attended the school's classes, they might be given special attention and be taught by the Wasteland Reclamation teacher alone. This new policy caused an uproar among the students, especially those from the combat, law, and auxiliary faculties. They were all combat sects to begin with, and after graduation, most of the students would join the combat forces. Lucky to be part of the Wasteland Reclaimers? Become the disciple of a real Wasteland Reclamation soldier? This was a huge meat pie. Over the years, how many new recruits could the Wasteland Reclaimers recruit from the various local military academies? The recruitment of Wasteland Reclaimers was more about combat power. They would select the king of soldiers from each combat force to ensure that the combat power of the Wasteland Reclaimers would be maintained at a superb standard. Yet, they were actually going to nurture them? Nurture them for an entire period of university? Even if they couldn't graduate and become a true Wasteland Reclaimer, how much would they benefit from the long training period? Facts spoke for themselves. There were far more people signing up than Jiang Xiao had imagined. To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, Song Chuanxi, who was already in her third year, also rushed to sign up. Minister Song and Han Jiangxue stayed in the same dormitory. Jiang Xiao had no idea what the two of them had communicated about. But when Song Chuanxi came to sign up, she mentioned that she wanted to be in the same team as Han Jiangxue. Perhaps joining the Wasteland Reclaimers was Song Chuanxi's goal, but Jiang Xiao saw more of an apologetic and guilty look in her eyes when she wanted to be with Han Jiangxue. An official Wasteland Reclaimer was the teacher who would lead the apprentices to participate in practical lessons. Hence, the difficulty was definitely not low. Jiang Xiao could roughly guess what she wanted to do. However, there was a problem. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao, who were internal recruits, had already brought along a melee fighter named Xia Yan. Xia Yan had 28 star slots and was extremely talented. She definitely had the ability to become an apprentice, but it all depended on her luck. With Han Jiangxue and Jiang Zhao's recommendation, Qin Wanchuan's request was equivalent to recruiting Xia Yan. The first team of Wasteland Reclaimers consisted of number 1 Jiang Xiao, number 2 Han Jiangxue, number 3 Xia Yan, and number 4. She was supposed to be a shield warrior. That was a standard combat team. Song Chuanxi was straightforward and made it very clear that she didn't want the position of shield warrior. Instead, she wanted to take over Xia Yan's position. Regardless of what the siblings thought, Song Chuanxi believed that she was qualified and necessary to take over Xia Yan's position. In fact, she didn't even care about her relationship with the siblings deteriorating. Song Chuanxi's thoughts were very simple and even a little stubborn. I don't care if you blame me or what the students and teachers think of me. However, as long as you're in danger, I'll always be the one standing in front of you. Those who could enroll in the Capital Star Warrior University were all outstanding students with their own personalities. However, Jiang Xiao did not expect the gentle elder sister to be so domineering and stubborn this time. However, the criteria for evaluating the Wasteland Reclaimers were not only combat power, but also potential. At this moment, Xia Yan was also in the Galaxy stage. Xia Yan, who was born in 1998, was already in the Galaxy stage, which was a symbol of potential. Even so, wasn't it the same for Song Chuanxi? She also entered the Galaxy stage in her freshman year and had 29 star slots, one more than Xia Yan. As mentioned previously, the difference in qualifications between 15 and 16 star slots might not be that great. However, the difference in qualifications between 30 star slots and 29 star slots was much greater than imagined. If 30-star slots were considered as the maximum qualification, the closer one was to the maximum, the more difficult it would be. However, Qin Wangchuan, that damn guy, actually made a suggestion that was extremely disadvantageous to Xia Yin during the recruitment process. Star warriors, trained for victory and born for battle. Snatching the position of a battle warrior? Sure, snatch it then. Hence, the battle between Song Chuanxi and Xia Yin began in the arena of the capital Star Warriors Academy, while the Wasteland Reclaimers and students watched. It was extremely tense and intense. Xia Yin was fighting for her future development. As a melee fighter, she immediately activated her star map, which showed how much importance she attached to the battle. To everyone's surprise, Song Chuanxi also lit up his star map, perhaps out of respect for Xia Yin. Xia Yin had 28 star slots and a double-edged sword. Song Chuanxi had 29 star slots and a double-edged giant sword. Both of them were from the combat school, and both of them had star maps that were heavy weapons with both hands. Both of them took the path of attacking boldly, and even some of their star techniques overlapped. Compared to the past, when Xia Yin was completely abused by Song Chuanxi, when she was in the nebulous stage, Xia Yin could at least fight with Song Chuanxi when she was in the galaxy stage. The huge improvement in her physical fitness gave Xia Yin a chance to show off. However, even then, Xia Yin was perfectly restrained by Song Chuanxi in all aspects. From the beginning to the end, Xia Yin had been suppressed until she couldn't take it anymore. She finally went berserk. It was Jiang Zhao's first time seeing Xia Yin go berserk. To be exact, it was Xia Yin with body of star power and rage. At the moment when Xia Yin used her rationality to change her physical attributes, the Wasteland Reclaimers immediately stopped the competition. Of course, Song Chuanxi could stop, but Xia Yin had already gone berserk and couldn't stop at all. Jiang Xiao had been tensed up the entire time. When the teachers stopped the competition, Jiang Xiao raised his hand and gave a blessing. Several Wasteland Reclaimers had already rushed into the arena in a bid to subdue Xia Yin, but to their surprise, the berserk Xia Yin actually fainted from the continuous blessings. The body of star power dissipated and the giant sword was thrown aside. Xia Yin was blasted into a pool of mud and slumped on the arena. Judging from the process of the battle just now, Song Chuanxi was undoubtedly the winner. However, to everyone's surprise, Xia Yin didn't lose. Good, very good. I saw your combat power and potential, as well as your determination. Qin Wangchuan clapped his hands continuously. You're so determined and resolute. Very good. That's the quality that the Wasteland Reclaimers want. I want both of them. Ahem. Officer Mu Yin didn't cough on purpose this time. He really choked on his tea. The group of onlookers was dumbfounded too. They thought that one of the competitors would be eliminated, but they didn't expect that there would be no losers in the competition. Both parties were selected as Wasteland Reclaimers. One of the Wasteland Reclaimers asked, Chief Qin, are there going to be 2 fighters in your team? Qin Wangchuan said, they're all apprentices, not a real team. Besides, there are plenty of Wasteland Reclaimers in our team. The Wasteland Reclaimers officer said, that being said, the abilities of the Wasteland Reclaimers are obvious to all. If there's no shield warrior in the team, it won't be conducive to the development of conventional tactics and the safety of the apprentices. Qin Wangchuan waved his hand and said, it's all right. I'm a healer. I can even reattach a missing arm or a broken leg. Song Chuanxi was dumbfounded too. What she wanted was to protect the siblings and not have a shield warrior. Song Chuanxi thought about it and struggled internally for a long time. She raised her right hand high and said, since I can't replace the shield warrior position and Teacher Qin admires Xia Yin so much, I'll give up the shield warrior position for Team 1. I'll compete for the shield warrior position for Team 2. Nonsense. Qin Wangchuan slammed his palm on the table. Is my team a place where you can come and go as you please? I've already tolerated you once when we challenged Team 1. How dare you make such a request now? Go and help Xia Yin up. I don't care what the relationship between the two of you is like now. Within 3 days, I want to see that the two of you are on good terms. Even if you're pretending, you have to put up a good show. Qin Wangchuan had been maintaining a pleasant expression. The sudden stern reprimand made the entire martial arts hall fall silent. Song Chuanxi lowered her head slightly and strode forward. She then carried Xia Yan, who was like a puddle of mud, and quickly left the martial arts hall. Chapter 437. On the fourth day after the siblings returned to school, it was the second day after the selection battle. In his own name, Song Chuanxi invited the three of them out for dinner. Of course, both Jiang Xiao and Song Chuanxi were in a team of three. Accompanying her were He Su, the shield warrior, and Wu Yao. It was the same hot pot restaurant, the same people, and yet Jiang Xiao felt like it was yesterday when he stepped into the private room in just 1 week. 7 days ago, they were drinking and chatting merrily, thinking about the World Cup and their future. It was so wonderful. 7 days later, they returned to this place, but with different moods and moods. Everyone in this world was growing, but the price they had to pay was different. Jiang Xiao was just glad that they were still alive. The beginning of the meal was indeed a little dull. After downing a few bottles of wine, Song Chuanxi finally struck up a conversation with Xia Yan. Xia Yan could be considered an alcoholic. Although she usually restrained herself and didn't drink much, she did like to drink. Song Chuanxi didn't like to drink, but she drank more than anyone else today. She was trying to cater to her preferences. Just as Officer Qin Wangchuan had said, in 3 days, even if you want to pretend, you have to put up a good show. To their delight, Song Chuanxi and Xia Yan didn't pretend at all. Their first glass of wine made the entire private room fall silent. Song Chuanxi stood up alone and raised her glass at Xia Yan. I'm sorry for competing with you for the same position. I want to be in this team. Xia Yan also stood up and downed the wine in her glass. She then said, You're open and above board. If I'm not in a good mood, it's not because of you, but because of myself. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue knew that Xia Yan wasn't someone who would speak like that, but since she had done so, it meant that there was indeed something wrong with her mentality. He Su quickly took over the conversation to avoid the awkward silence. When Jiang Xiao returned to school, he had already apologized to Jiang Xiao more than once. However, it was completely unnecessary for Jiang Xiao because returning to Judge Yan was his choice. As an adult, Jiang Xiao would be responsible for his own choices. Besides, He Su did it out of kindness. However, if He Su had really stopped Jiang Xiao back then, Jiang Xiao would have been really angry. He Su asked, Your future plans are to join the Wasteland Reclaimers? Is this your dream? Yeah, I am, the two of them. Han Jiangxu sighed and continued, They're mostly accompanying me. However, Xia Yan was displeased. What do you mean by accompanying you? I want to prove that I can do better than Xia Shanhai. Everyone had a unique experience growing up, and every family had its own difficulties. However, China was a relatively traditional country. To outsiders, Xia Yan had never addressed Xia Shanhai as Daddy, and had instead been addressing him by his name. Hence, she was easily attacked. Others wouldn't care about what happened between Xia Shanhai and Xia Yan, the father and daughter, nor would they have the time to find out about Xia Yan's growth in the past 10 years. As long as they were accused of something, it would be hard for Xia Yan to make a comeback. Fortunately, Xia Yan didn't really manage Weibo, nor did she have the inclination to become an internet celebrity. Hence, she could avoid being criticized by others. Jiang Xiao explained with a smile, Xia Yan's father is also a wasteland reclaimer. He Su nodded thoughtfully and did not pursue the matter further. What about you? Wu Yao asked. He was also the type to gulp down wine and take big bites of meat. He was forthright and carefree. Do you dream of being a wasteland reclaimer too? Half and half. I hope to be a social wasteland reclaimer. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and continued, I hope to be a social wasteland reclaimer. Wu Yao laughed and said, I understand what you mean. It seems that you all regard your parents as role models and goals. In that case, you have to work hard, Brother Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao asked, What's the matter? Wu Yao said matter-of-factly, It's not easy to be a wasteland reclaimer, and you still want to be the support of the wasteland reclaimers? You should know that it requires a lot of power to do that. Wu Yao used the word considerable to describe the social wasteland reclaimers who were not on duty. Just as Wu Yao said, it was indeed the same for the social wasteland reclaimers. The wasteland reclaimers wouldn't look for them for regular missions because the soldiers on duty would be able to solve them. Only when there were truly dangerous missions would the army order the wasteland reclaimers to be deployed. To a certain extent, it was considered a request for help. Han Jiangxue sighed silently in her heart. That indirectly showed how powerful the Han couple was. Of course, it also showed how dangerous the Dragon Cave was. If Han Jiangxue's ultimate goal was the Dragon Cave, she would still have a long and arduous road ahead of her. She wasn't afraid of hardship. Even if the journey was long, she could still move forward step by step. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to reach the end in this lifetime. Jiang Shao sensed that Han Jiangxue was behaving strangely. He reached under the table and gently held her cold palm. We'll grow up together and move forward together. That's a beautiful thing to begin with. Who cares if it's a long journey or a torrential flood? I'll just walk with the sword in my hand. Han Jiangxue didn't know that Jiang Shao was feeling emotional. There were so many people around, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Jiang Shao hurriedly retracted his hand, picked up his chopsticks, and reached into the hot pot in front of him. Eat meat, eat meat, eat meat. Why is Jiang Zhao's goal to be a social wasteland reclaimer? It was because being a wasteland reclaimer could only be his part-time job, and he could only do his best to help Han Jiangxue achieve her goal. Jiang Zhao's main job would always be the guardian of the night, or rather, he could only be the light chaser under second last. Jiang Shao did not deny the fact that he was selected as a wasteland reclaimer because of his utilitarian nature. There were definitely plenty of practical lessons for the wasteland reclaimers, and he wanted to be by Han Jiangxue's side to escort her. However, that would also be irresponsible to the wasteland reclaimers and Qin Wanchuan. Regardless of whether they thought that Jiang Shao was a gift or not, Qin Wanchuan was clearly determined to groom Jiang Shao based on his personal relationship with the Han couple and his attitude. However, Jiang Shao only joined them as a study partner. Hence, in order not to be a lousy apprentice, Jiang Shao adjusted his goal to be a social wasteland reclaimer. Wu Yao and He Su did not participate in the selection of the wasteland reclaimers because they had a clear plan for the future and did not want to join the wasteland reclaimers. According to Wu Yao, regardless of whether she could be selected for the World Cup or not, she would have to achieve her goal after graduation. She would first walk through the mountains and rivers of China, and then travel to every corner of the world. She said that she hoped to return to Dameng and her hometown when she was old and look at the stars in the sky. She would then recount the scenery, people, and stories that she had seen in her life. Then she would die under the starry sky. This surprised everyone. They were all young people in their 20s. Even if they had thought about death, they would have lost their lives in dangerous missions. None of the people at this table had thought about their final moments of old age. Even her teammates, Song Chuanxi and He Su, were dumbfounded. It seemed that Wu Yao had never revealed her goal in front of them. It was the last year of her senior year, and Wu Yao had also found the opportunity to say it. Influenced by the atmosphere, He Su also told them about his goal. After graduation, he wanted to continue his studies in the Capital Star Warriors Graduate School. However, the Capital Star Warriors Graduate School was located in the northern suburbs of the capital. Although it was in the same city, there were a lot of people there. If you didn't deliberately ask to meet him, he would just be another person in your contact list. These were words that should have been said in the second semester of the fourth year, or even when they were parting. However, due to the special occasion and topic, a few upperclassmen and upperclassmen all said it. Wu Yao chatted excitedly about the route that she had already planned, and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. After 3 rounds of drinks, Song Chuanxi and Xia Yin finally had a glass of wine alone. Song Chuanxi's cheeks were flushed, and she seemed to be a little tipsy. It's rare to see 2 people fighting together, but there are. I hope we can work well together. Xia Yin gently clinked her glass and said, "Okay." Although the meal was not a joyous one, it was at least peaceful and friendly. At the end of the meal, Xia Yin gave Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue each a gift. There were two new Fruit 7 Plus mobile phones that had just been released in September. Jiang Xiao held the bag in his hand and couldn't help but open the box. It was Friday night. Although Jiang Xiao had been back to school for 4 days, he didn't have a mobile phone with him because of the heavy workload and the selection for the wasteland reclamation. He was thinking of buying a mobile phone on Saturday tomorrow. To his surprise, Xia Yin actually delivered one to him. Han Jiangxue tried to reject it at first, but after Xia Yin pulled her aside and whispered to her for a while, she finally accepted her kindness. Xia Yan's exact words were, "Do you know that I crushed 8 white mountain snow feather star beads from Xiaopi?" Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yin said softly, "Those star beads can't be exchanged for any amount of money. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this favor in this lifetime. Just let me do something for him." Han Jiangxue said, "Everyone is reciprocated. If you didn't do your best to help him, he wouldn't have treated you like this. Help him find an initiation coach, accompany him to the snowfield, and buy him those star beads," interrupted Han Jiangxue and said, Look at how happy he is using them." Han Jiangxue turned around, only to see Jiang Zhao's bewildered expression. Is he happy? Clearly, Jiang Xiao was still trying to figure it out. Jiang Xiao had always been a loyal user of the Android system and Huawei mobile phones. Of course, it didn't have anything to do with patriotism. In his previous life, Jiang Zhao's first mobile phone was a Huawei mobile phone, and he had gotten used to it. Hence, he never changed his mobile phone series again. Now that the Fruit 7 Plus had suddenly appeared, Jiang Xiao had to fiddle with it for a while. While fumbling with the new mobile phone, Jiang Xiao followed the crowd and walked on the path to the south gate of the school again. When Jiang Xiao set foot on the path, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Everyone else was also preoccupied with their own thoughts. None of them spoke, and their footsteps slowed down too. Jiang Xiao looked at the dim street lights around him and thought about it for a while before raising his hand to take a photo and post it on Weibo. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, just posted from Fruit 7 Plus apart from life and death. They were all just scratches. Picture, the photo below was of the path to the south gate of the school. At this moment, the path was completely new. The cracks on the ground had disappeared, as if it was a sign of the wounds that had healed. Healing did not mean hiding the truth or turning a blind eye to it. Jiang Xiao would always remember everything that happened on this path. "By the way, Hisu," Jiang Xiao said, all of a sudden, breaking the silence on the path. "What's the matter, Xiaopi?" Hisu asked with concern, thinking that Jiang Xiao was reminiscing about the past. Jiang Xiao said, "I've made up my mind to participate in the World Cup. You have to show your best side. Otherwise, I'll replace you in the team." Hisu was obviously stunned for a moment. However, as a star warrior, he had his own pride too. He smiled and said, "Of course, but what if you can't replace me?" Jiang Xiao said with a firm gaze, "Then I'll join another team. If other teams don't want me, I'll form my own team. If they can't form a team, I'll participate in the individual competition." Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned around, only to see a blurry figure under the dim street lights. They could sense that there was a resolute heart hidden under his childish face. "Pa!" Wu Yao flung the metal lighter away, pressed his fingers against the pulley, and lit his cigarette. He then looked up and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. His eyes were glazed over as he smiled and said, "I like this kid. Hee. Hisu, you have a hang in there." Hisu took a step back and looked at Jiang Xiao from afar. He then raised his right hand and said, "I'll keep you company." Jiang Xiao smiled and looked down at his mobile phone before continuing to walk forward. What made Jiang Xiao feel slightly touched was that most of the comments under his Weibo post were words of encouragement. People were happy to see that Jiang Xiao had the courage to face everything and walk out of the gloom. There are still plenty of friendly people after all. The group of toxic milk powder even lined up in formation. Apart from life and death, they're all scratches. Apart from life and death, they're all scratches. Apart from life and death, they're all scratches. Chapter 438. Under the starry sky of the night, Disaster Mountain. In the boundless wilderness, a slim figure sneakily came to the front of a tent and whispered to a huge figure. In the tent, the huge figure was extremely vigilant. Hearing a sound, he suddenly opened his eyes and went from lying on his back to lying on his stomach. He saw a small opening in the tent, and a figure was smiling at him from outside the tent. Fei Xuan knew who she was. She was from the same batch of Guardians of the Night as him. She could be considered his second senior sister, Yin and I. The two of them also had a senior brother, but he never communicated with them. He was just a mute. No, senior brother wasn't a mute because Fei Xuan had heard a brief conversation between him and Officer Second Last. Hence, Fei Xuan couldn't help but speculate that senior brother might be autistic. Fei Xuan, let's go look at the stars, Yin and I said cheerfully outside the tent. Fei Xuan didn't like that nickname because his surname was pronounced thrice. However, this lively senior sister kept calling him Fei Xuan. Fei Xuan wasn't fat, but he was just a little too huge for others. He was 206 centimeters tall and weighed more than 150 kilograms. When a 2-meter-tall giant weighed more than 300 kilograms, but still didn't make people think he was fat, you could imagine his muscles and bones of steel. Here, Yin I stretched her right hand out and held a piece of candy that was emitting a light blue glow between her thumb and index finger. Clearly, it wasn't a real candy, but a candy made of star power. Only then did Fei Xuan crawl to his feet. Muttering to himself, he grabbed the candy and stuffed it into his mouth before climbing out of the tent. The Night Disaster Mountain's dimensional space wasn't cold, but it was dark all year round. The night wind blew through Yin-Ni's shoulder-length hair. She wrapped her clothes around her body and looked up at the bright starry sky. At the same time, a huge figure crawled out of the tent. Even though Yin and I was more than 8 meters tall, she looked like a child beside him. The difference in height was not the main thing, but the difference in body size was the most terrifying. Fei Xuan crawled out and said softly, "We'll be scolded by Master." Yin and I opened her palm to reveal a light blue candy. She handed it to Fei Xuan and asked, "Did Master scold you?" Fei Xuan lowered his head and sucked the candy from her hand. He smiled foolishly and said, "I didn't. I've never heard Master curse before, but when he glanced at me with such a fierce gaze, I lost half my life." Yin and I really wanted to express her disdain towards Fei Xuan, but she seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but shiver. She tossed him a blockhead and strode forward. Fei Xuan scratched his short hair and strode forward. He knew that the destination of this trip was the cliff not far ahead. Not only could she see a sky full of stars there, but she could also see a boundless wilderness. The night wind messed up Yin-Ni's hair. She reached out and tucked her scattered bangs behind her ears. As she walked forward, her eyes that were looking up at the starry sky also fell on the wilderness below. To be more precise, it was the pitch-black figure in the wilderness below. The pitch-black figure stood quietly next to a huge rock. He held a huge blade in his hand and moved it back and forth. The movements of the figure were not big. Every step was very small, and the movements of the body were even smaller. The 2-meter-long broadsword in his hand was like a dagger, attacking and defending the boulder in front of him from different angles and in different postures. Even though the huge rock was lifeless, judging from the figure's movements, the rock seemed to be a martialist sparring with him. Fei Xuan stood high up on the cliff and looked down at the pitch-black darkness. He couldn't help but ask in a daze, "Did you see him again?" Even though the stars in the sky were dazzling, Fei Xuan couldn't see anything in the distance. All he could see was pitch-black darkness. "Yeah." Yin I grunted softly as she locked her gaze on the silent, tiny figure in the distance. Suddenly, she asked, "It's been 35 days. Have you heard Little Nine speak?" Fei Xuan said with uncertainty, "I think I heard him say a few words to Master in the tent, but I'm not sure if I was hallucinating." "You're so stupid. Seriously, why didn't I stay by the tent back then?" Yin I said in displeasure. Fei Xuan scratched his head in a daze and said, "Is it because he doesn't speak that he's an official guardian of the night?" Yes, although the three of them were fellow guardians of the night, Fei Xuan and Yin I were just apprentices, while their senior brother was an official guardian of the night with a code name. To be exact, he was an official light chaser who was even more special than the Guardians of the Night. Senior Brother's code name was Nine-Tailed, which was what Master had been calling him during the mission. Master's code name was Second Last. What did that mean? It meant that Senior Brother had a place in the Light Chasers and Tail Feather team. Ian and I had specially asked Second Last about Nine-Tailed, and according to Second Last Master, although Senior Brother was already Nine-Tailed, he was still considered an apprentice who had the same status as Fei Shui and Ian and I. Ian and I had been trying to guess who this guy, who was both an apprentice and an official light chaser, was. Unfortunately, he never spoke and was always dressed in his Guardian of the Night uniform. He had never taken off the black mask on his face. Why was he called Little Nine? Although the mask had never been taken off, it had been smashed once during the battle. To be exact, the lower half of his mask had been smashed, revealing the lower half of his face. When Ian and I saw the lower half of his face, she knew that the mysterious man was just a child or even a high school student. Second Last teaching did not have the same rules as traditional teachers. During missions, people would call each other by their code names. Ian and I was Student 1, Fei Shui was Student 2, and the mysterious man was Nine-Tailed. Since then, Ian and I had changed the way she addressed Nine-Tailed Little Nine. Second Last didn't mind because Nine-Tailed never spoke. Everything continued naturally. Ian and I used to be a fourth-year student at the Northwest Star Warrior University, and Fei Shui was 1 year younger than her. The two of them were currently suspended from school and had been recommended by the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest to be trained by Second Last. If nothing went wrong, they would become the Guardians of the Night after being recognized by Second Last. As for whether they could become special light chasers, that would depend on their luck and luck. Hence, for the two-star warriors who were determined to become Guardians of the Night, diplomas and qualifications in the secular world wouldn't be too much of a hindrance. Of course, if they were sent back to school because they weren't strong enough, they would still be able to continue their studies. That would be another story. The creatures of other dimensions here aren't strong. How long do you think we have to stay here? Ian and I slowly sat down and hugged her knees, but her eyes were fixed on the figure in the wilderness below. Fei Shui thought for a while and said, Master said that when we really calm down and stop yearning for the chaotic world and get used to the night and loneliness, we'll enter the next stage. Ian and I hugged her knees and murmured, then I might never be qualified. I even want you to accompany me when I come out to look at the stars. Fei Shui suddenly smiled. He slowly sat down beside Ian and I and gazed at the pitch-black wilderness. Then I'll accompany you, he said. Ian and I pouted and said, that wasn't your attitude when I called you just now. Fei Shui scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm grumpy when I wake up. Understand, there is no such thing as empathy in this world. You wouldn't feel the same pain if the knife didn't land on your hand, just like the two of them now. In Ian's eyes, it was a boundless wilderness with a lonely figure in the distance. He tirelessly repeated the simple and boring movements one after another. In Fei Shui's eyes, it was pitch black below. Apart from the galaxy above his head, there was only the person beside him. He didn't know who was more beautiful, the galaxy or her. All he knew was that on the night watch, the candy was very sweet. Ian's eyes gradually became misty, and she said softly, do I really have to be like him? Become a lonely mute to be a qualified night watcher? Fei Shui gazed into the darkness and said, perhaps. Ian and I shook her head repeatedly and said, I hate him. I don't want to be like him. Fei Shui was silent for a while and said, do you have anyone you care about? Ian and I shook her head and said, no. That might be the main reason I was selected as a night watcher. What about you? Fei Shui heard this question and looked at Ian's lonely profile. He opened his mouth and finally said, I don't have anyone either. Fei Shui turned his head and looked at the emptiness below him again and said, if you don't, then it doesn't matter. Ian's eyes gradually turned red. But I miss the path in front of my house. I miss the hawkers at the corner of the street. I miss the stray cats loitering in front of the door. I miss the collapse seemed sudden, but Rome wasn't built in a day. 35 days. In this dark world, Ian and I clearly remembered the time, and even remembered every hour and minute. Fei Shui was silent for a long time and asked softly, "Do you want to quit?" Her voice became more and more choked up. She covered her face with her hands and shook her head repeatedly. No, I just don't want to become like him." Fei Shui's expression was conflicted. He hesitated for a while and looked at the sobbing girl. Starlight gathered in front of Fei Shui's chest. A few seconds later, a fat creature that looked like an orange cat appeared in his hand. It didn't seem to realize that it had been summoned and was still sleeping soundly. Fei Shui put the orange cat in Ini's arms and said, "Don't tell Master." In and I hugged the orange cat, but her mood didn't improve. She was still sobbing. Unknowingly, a huge figure had quietly stood behind them. A hoarse voice rang in their ears. "Return to the tent and rest." Now, Fei Shui stood up in a flurry and stammered, Master." In and I stood up too, but she kept her head down and her tears kept dripping onto the orange cat in her arms. She finally woke it up from its slumber. The orange cat creature leaned forward and licked the tear stains on her face. Second, last, merely glanced at the two of them and stared at the figure at the bottom of the cliff. At some point in time, he had already carried the giant sword on his back and was staring at the boulder in front of him quietly. At the same time, in the stadium of the Star Warriors Stadium, a figure drenched in sweat and sprinting at full speed was constantly decelerating under the white street lights. He slowly stopped and knelt on the rubber track. He was already drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His eyes were closed, and his thoughts were the same. A simple message was transmitted from the internal star map. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Gold quality level 3. Tired? Beside him, another person who was also sprinting slowed down and stopped beside Jiang Xiao. He rested his hands on his knees and panted heavily. The fact that he could make a star warrior with a strong physique sweat profusely and breathe heavily was enough to show the intensity of their training. If you want to use blessing, just use it. Don't be stubborn. Gu Shuren's chest was heaving up and down violently. Under the street lights, he stammered and extended his hand. On the football field, Qin Wangchuan suddenly stepped on the ball and yelled angrily, "Jiang Xiaopi, have you reached your limit? You're not dead yet. You're not dead yet. Stand up if you're not." Jiang Xiao grabbed his broad palm and struggled to stand up. Without saying a word, he strode forward again. "Gu Shuren, aren't you tired? If you don't overtake him by one lap within 3 minutes, you'll be kicked out of Team 3. Qin Wanchuan roared furiously. Hurry up! Jiang Xiaopi, your goal is to die on this track." In the boundless wilderness under the starry sky on Disaster Night Mountain, the lonely figure stared at the boulder in front of him and attacked again silently. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.